Hey everybody, welcome back.
Bye.
Welcome back to round 2 today here at Barber Vintage Festival, our second part of today's program. We've got 16 whole races today. We're only like 6 or 7 down. We're barely into the program, but we're back with a very special moment. We're doing a parade lap, a lap of honor for Luke Connor, one of our AHRMA members who passed away very unexpectedly this past year. And so we are going to be doing a lap with some of our racers who wanted to jump out here and pay their respects. We've got a great piece to read about him.
At this time, I would like to direct your attention to the track as we honor our own Luke Connor. Luke was a pillar of the vintage racing community and the former chairman of American Historic Racing Motorcycle Association's Board of Trustees. He passed away on Friday, July 30th of 2021, and today we set aside at this time to celebrate Luke's life with a reverse lap. This memorial lap is led by Thad Wolf aboard Luke's 2007 Thruxton. Thad was sponsored by Luke and brought home the 2013 Thruxton Cup Championship. The bikes that follow are just a sampling of the people who loved Luke Connor. As a racer, Luke competed in a variety of road racing and off-road events. He built, raced, and maintained a fleet of race bikes, including classic Harley-Davidson road racers. Luke's enthusiasm for vintage motorcycle racing included attracting new racers into the sport. He frequently offered his own motorcycles to potential racers, and his generosity resulted in several new racers entering the AHRMA ranks. Connor served as member of the Board of Trustees for several years before being elected chairman in 2018. During 2018, he took on responsibilities of road race director as a volunteer following the passing of Cindy Cowell. He was instrumental in developing and maintaining AHRMA's road racing program. His commitment to AHRMA, including securing the support of CPL Systems, a major sustainable energy company, as a National Road Race Series sponsor and title sponsor for several years. Later, his racing team, Luke's Racecraft, would sponsor the series. Today we are honored today to have Luke's wife, Teresa Connor, on site along with his daughter Jen and her husband Will Morris, grandsons Joseph stepson John McMahon, and brothers and sister-in-law Charlie Opperman, Terry Opperman, and Luke's niece Chelsea Johnson and her husband Tyler and baby Cooper. AHRMA member number 8991, race number 61, Luke Eric Connor was a good friend of the track, a giving leader behind the scenes, and loved his AHRMA family. Race in peace, Luke.
So thanks for tuning back in, everybody out there on our different channels and pages. You are watching a memorial lap for Luke Connor. You just heard that great tribute read by my co-announcer up here, Jay. So welcome back, everybody. Thanks for tuning back in. Part 2 of the road racing happening today at the Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad. You are watching. Don't adjust those TV settings and internet settings. You are watching this lap happen in reverse. This is a reverse memorial lap for Luke Connor that we invited some of the AHRMA family and racers to come out and jump on their machines, pay a little bit of a tribute to Luke Connor. You can see all of the corner workers shaking all of their flags. Whenever you see that, that's always that something special is happening on track right now when all of the colors are flying. So race in peace, Mr. Luke Connor. We are proud to have you as a member of our family forever, and all of your family on hand here celebrating your life with us. So they're going to be winding down this lap here shortly. Like I said, they're going in reverse, so they're now just coming back out of the Charlotte Webb corner and heading back toward turns 4, 3, 2, and then right back to start finish. They're going to pull off, and we're going to head right into the rest of our race program. Immediately following this, it will be the Premier Vintage Cup. We will also have the CB160 and Sidecar classes kicking off the second half of today's show. Thank you so much for tuning back in. Make sure you take a moment, click like, and more importantly, share all of these awesome videos with your friends who love watching awesome vintage motorcycle racing.
Attention out there in the paddock and in the park. We're looking for Jimmy Bertram. Would you please report to the Zoom Motorsports tent in lower lot E, please?
Right, it looks like they are going to start making their way back up here and exiting the track here shortly. Mr. J,
yes,
tell us about what's going on this afternoon.
All right, well, we're going to start the racing this afternoon with the Premier 500 Premier Showdown, which has been a battle that's been shaping up all year long between Andrew Malk and Tim Joyce. So we're going to see how that's going to lead up. And the next race of the afternoon, race number 7, is going to be the CB160 race. That's going to be a Le Mans style start race where they park the bikes on one side of the track, put the riders over on the other side in the grass, and when the green flag waves, you have to sprint across the track and jump on your motorcycle, fire it up, and take off down the front straightaway. That's always a fan favorite. And then immediately following, that's the sidecars. So it's going to be
another fan favorite.
Yeah, another fan favorite, because everybody loves the sidecars, and they've got some really fast sidecars out here today. So some great racing, and as you pointed out earlier, you know, we've got a lot of faster classes here in the afternoon. So the pace is certainly going to be picking up.
Absolutely, we've got an action-packed afternoon for you. We have 16 races on the schedule. I think it's number 7 now, so we've got a whole bunch of racing still coming your way. We're going to have this stream up and running all afternoon long. We're going to be wrapping it up probably around 5. So you've got a whole bunch of hours. Go get yourself a snack. Make sure you click like, share this stream with all of your friends that love watching awesome motorcycle racing. Let's take a minute and thank some of our great sponsors.
Attention out there in the paddock. up there in the paddock as we finished up the parade lap for Luke Connor. Let's get on with the racing this afternoon. Let's go first call. First call for our Premier Vintage Cup race. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for the Premier Vintage Cup presented by John and Candy Sneed and NYC Norton. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for the 500 Premier Vintage Cup. Again, first call for the 500 Premier Vintage Cup race. Okay. That done.
All right, so while we are waiting for those
Call for
machines
announce.
to get loaded onto the track, let's go ahead and talk a little bit about our awesome Grand Marshal for this weekend. The Grand Marshal is Ms. Mary McGee, who was honored last night at the Motorcycles by Moonlight dinner. This is a huge fundraiser here at the Barber Motorsports Park, but it's a huge part of this weekend's Vintage Festival. They always have the best speakers and auctions, and it's a great dinner. You can hang out in the museum after hours when it's way less crowded, take photos, all that good stuff. So it's just a really lovely time. She was awesome to see speak. She's just an icon in American racing, 2 wheels and 4 wheels both. So let me go ahead and read a little bit about her while we're waiting for the folks to load onto the track. We are honored to announce Mary McGee as the Grand Marshal for the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival. AMA Motorcycle Hall of Famer Mary McGee is one of the most pioneering motorcyclists in history. She not only broke barriers for women riders, but for all riders. Her accomplishments are many and have impacted the sport in numerous ways. Born in 1936 in Juneau, Alaska, she later lived in Iowa and then Arizona. She met her husband Don, who was an expert mechanic, and introduced her to car and motorcycle racing. In 1957, she began racing cars with the SCCA. Through a series of fortunate introductions, she was offered a variety of cars to race and consistently won her races. Instantly recognizable in her pink polka dot helmet, she raced sports cars by Mercedes, Ferrari, Porsche, AC, Corvette, Elva, Jaguar, and Lotus, winning races at tracks in Arizona, California, and Texas. Mary always described herself as fast on my feet, fast with my brain, self-conscious, and lacking confidence. However, she had no trouble with confidence on the racetrack. The first woman to hold an FIM racing license, Mary McGee learned to ride motorcycles in 1957 on a 200cc Triumph Tiger Cub, and later took up motorcycle road racing to try to improve her car racing skills. McGee began road racing motorcycles in 1960, becoming the first woman in the U.S. after passing an audition on a 125 Honda CB92, wearing a pink polka dot helmet. This was just one of many firsts she has accomplished. A January 1962 Motor Trend article started with "Housewives Revolt" and ended with, "So ladies, if your life is dull and you are bored with freeway traffic, don't give up. Buy a motorcycle and join Mary McGee." Mary was the first woman to finish the Baja 1000 and the first and only woman to ride the Baja 500 solo, which is just one of her most memorable accomplishments, as she finished ahead of several two-man teams. She was encouraged to try this by Steve McQueen and says this is the hardest thing she did in her life. She was the first woman to road race and then first to race motocross in the United States, beginning in 1963 when she switched to dirt riding and broke her 1962 250cc Honda Scrambler in an AMA District 37 Enduro. Although popular in Europe, motocross had not yet made its way to the United States, and in February 1967, she was the first woman to race motocross in the States, including the first motocross races at Carlsbad and Saddleback and numerous West Coast tracks. In 1970, the McGees moved to Idaho and opened a small Husqvarna dealership. 2 years later, she became the Husky district manager for 7 western states, all the while racing motocross in Idaho, Washington, and Nevada, and escalating her involvement in the Baja. Also in the 1970s, McGee worked for Motorcyclist magazine and joined a 24-hour endurance road race in Las Vegas, in which the magazine's team changed riders every hour on a 650 Suzuki. Mary has served as an ambassador for motorcycling, whether as a pioneering female competitor or through her speaking engagements that encourage women to try motorcycling and racing. I would love to see more women and more younger women get involved. It's not whether you finish first, second, or last. It's the struggle to finish. It is the journey of your life. I never experienced any backlash being a female on a motorcycle, or maybe I just never noticed, McGee is quoted as saying. In 2011, she got her motorcycle street license at age 75. In 2018, Mary was inducted into the AMA Hall of Fame. Mary is our Grand Marshal for this weekend's 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival and was the honored guest last night at Motorcycles by Moonlight. So that, my friends, is the incredible, incredible history of Ms. Mary McGee. And we are super proud to have her as the Grand Marshal here all weekend long. It sounds like we're heading towards our Premier Cup, so let's go back to the track and see where we are at.
Now it's to control going third. Attention out there in the paddock. Looks like everybody's back where they need to be. We're getting ready to start our afternoon's road racing. Let's go third and final call for the 500 Premier Vintage Cup, sponsored by John and Candy Steed and NYC Norton. You folks will be up right now. If you want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. And this one is one of the premier, it's the Premier Vintage Cup race. You guys are up right now. Third and final call for 500 Premier Vintage Cup, sponsored by John and Candy Steed and NYC Norton. As the riders get ready to take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, X95 Andrew Malkin, 309 Tim Joyce, 176 Tony Reed, and 74 Wes Orloff. Row number 2, it's going to be Z7 Jerry Duke, 14 Brian Laraborough, and 80R Helmut Niederer. Row number 3, it's 338 Andy Feinling, 23 David Rutherford, 33 Ron Melton, and 66 Chuck Caraco. Row number 4, it's 576 Christian Jensen, 787 James Pooler, and 623 Patrick McGraw. Rounding out your field on row number 5, it's going to be 122 Alex McLean, 111 Gary Orr, 221X Larry Poons, and 27 Bino Rohde. That is your field here for the Premier Vintage Cup. This has been a season-long championship battle, and it'll be decided during the main events this weekend. Basically, this race and next race. So for the past several years, AHRMA has been designating a different class to be hailed as the Vintage Cup, and this, and with the goal of getting the older bikes restored and back on the racetrack. And this year, it's been the turn for the 500 Premier to be that class. These bikes are 1968 and earlier 500cc 4-stroke overhead valve and overhead cam engines, along with 750cc side valve machines. Many consider this class to be the golden era of road racing, when riders like Jeff Duke, John Surtees, Mike Elwood, and Giacomo Agostini ruled the World Championships with legendary bikes such as the matchless G50, Manx Norton, Harley-Davidson KR, and Honda CR450 dominating racetracks around the world. Our riders taking to the track right now for their warm-up lap. We'll see how it's going to shake out in just a scant 8 laps from now. Also want to remind everybody that Mary McGee is down in the AHRMA merchandise booth signing autographs right now. If you didn't get a chance to meet her yesterday, now would be a great chance to get down there and meet Mary McGee. She's signing autographs down in the AHRMA merchandise booth down in Tech right now. Also want to give a shout out, we've got guest starter Robin Dale working to throw the green flag on this one. Robin Dale being our guest starter for this Premier Vintage Cup race. Also want to remind everybody at the conclusion of this race, then we'll go on to race number 7, the CD160 race that has the Le Mans style start. So if those of you down here in the race paddock for the road racers, if you've never seen a Le Mans style start, now would be a chance. Make sure you come down here and get yourself a good viewing point. A Le Mans style start is where they put the bikes on one side of the track, the riders on the other. When the green flag waves, the riders have to sprint across the track, jump on the machines, fire them up, and then take off down the front straightaway. It is definitely an interesting start. If you've never seen it happen, it's definitely worth watching, as it's always very entertaining. So again, the Le Mans style start will be coming up on the race following this one, and then the race following that will be the sidecars, also another fan favorite. But right now, we've got the first race of 2 races to settle the score for the 500 Premier Vintage Cup, as the riders are lining up right now.
Alrighty, so everyone has been chomping at the bit about this race.
Yeah, between this one and the one tomorrow is going to settle the score. And it's funny because, it's Monk and Joyce, but there's a lot of other riders out there that can play spoiler, too. There's no guarantee these guys are going to
There's a lot of wild cards on this one.
As the green flag waves, looks like 74 Wes Orloff gets the jump. Then it's bike number 17, Jerry Duke, as Orloff sweeps around the front of Duke to lead the field down into turn number 1 here. We've been talking about the race between Malk and Joyce being the two top contenders in this one, but it's a situation where there's a lot of other racers out there that could still win this one. So obviously it's up between Malk and Joyce to possibly win the championship, but there's a lot of spoilers out there as the field rockets over the crest of the hill there and forward down into turn number 5 into Charlotte's Web. Looks like, I believe it is Wes Orloff out front, then a pack of riders about 3-way out to come over the crest of the hill there, trying to figure out who's going to end up 2nd, 3rd, and 4th as one rider is trying to reel in Wes Orloff down that back straightaway as the field works over down into the museum turns. We'll get the full running order here for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1.
Yeah, it's definitely guaranteed to be awfully exciting, especially with Wes Orloff thrown into the mix. Very, very fast. Always has excellent bikes. He crews and works on bikes with a bunch of professional road racing teams. Just very, very fast. So this will be really interesting.
Race leaders up the hill over there through turns 12 and 13 back into the back section here, waiting for him to come back around. Looks like Orloff might have dropped back in a second. Couldn't tell who the lead rider was, but somebody was rocketing up the hill over there across by the fan zone. And we'll get the full running order here, like I said, when they come around here, waiting for him to come out of turn number 17 in just a moment. And here comes your race leader, thundering down the front straightaway. At the line, my mystery rider is going to be 309, Tim Joyce, 74, Wes Orloff, 176, Tony Reed, and X95, Andrew Mullen. Back there in 4th with bike number Z7, Jerry Duke out front. 14, Brian Laraborough, Z7, Jerry Duke running out your top 5. And 14, Brian Laraborough back there in 6th. 122, Alex McLean in 7th. 338, Andy Finding in 8th. 23, David Rutherford in 9th, and bike number 623, Patrick McGraw, rounding out your top 10 as bike number 309. Tim Joyce puts his head down, trying to check out on the field. About 10 to 12 bike lengths separate him and Orloff as, it looks like Joyce gets a little wide coming out of turn number 5 there. Not sure if he missed a gear, but gets it gathered back up as bike number 176, Tony Reed, working over Wes Orloff. So it looks like 176, Tony Reed working the draft on Orloff. Put Reed up onto the second step of the podium with Wes Orloff in 74 back there in 4th. And then bike number X95, Andrew Malk, still back there in that 4th place position, trying to figure out where he's going to try and put himself up on the podium. Then Z7, Jerry Duke, still rounding out your top 5 as bike number 309, Tim Joyce, finding his rhythm and taking an early lead here on lap number 2 of this 8-lap race.
So you can see them working their way down the backside of the track right now. Timmy Joyce, super fast. I could not stress that enough. Whether it's on 2 wheels or 3 wheels, because he races Sidecar. And the rumor out on the streets last night here in the paddock is that he was having some sort of mechanical trouble with his Sidecar. So now he's got a little red mist going. He's got a little red rage going.
Yeah.
So he's going to really mean business out there on these 2 wheels. And everybody should be shaking in their boots a little bit in all the classes that he's going to be competing in.
Race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce, about a half a front straightaway lead over 176, Tony Reed, 74, Wes Orloff, and X95, Andrew Malk. That's your top 4 as they thunder across the start-finish line. Then back about a full front straightaway lead. In that 5th place position is Z7, Jerry Duke. Then 14, Brian Laraborough out there running 6th overall. 122, Alex McLean still back there in 7th position as the rest of the field works their way on by. They've got an unresponder, unrelated transponder. Whoever was behind Alex McLean did not show up. I wonder if his transponder went dead.
Possibly.
Because I saw a bike go by and I'm like, he didn't show up on here.
Alrighty, you can see everybody working their way towards the museum right now, so that's a prime time to go check out Race Monitor real quick. So again, Timmy Joyce in 1, Tony Reed from Tennessee in 2, Wes Orloff in 3, Andy Malk in 4, and Jerry Duke in 5. There we go, Tim Joyce.
Yes, you want to go to 2?
Just hauling the mail, coming around turn 15, 16, headed towards 17 and the home stretch with some really smooth sailing. It would take an absolute effort by Tony Reed to catch him at this point.
Race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce, still holding a commanding lead, stretching out a few bike lengths every turn as he's working out turn number 17 onto the front straightaway one more time. Still about a half a front straightaway lead between he and 176 Tony Reed, who's found his rhythm. Then it's X95 Andrew Malk picking up a spot, puts himself up on the podium in that third place position. As 74, Wes Orloff drops back, still holding on to fourth. And it's going to be bike number Z7, Jerry Duke, rounding out your top 5, but looking back over towards turn number 3 and 4. Here comes your race leader, 309, Tim Joyce. Again, finding a rhythm, just absolutely setting a blistering pace out there as he drops down into the braking zone one more time. Then 176 Tony Reed with X95 Andrew Malk. Malk stalking Tony Reed, trying to figure out how he can reel him in as we should be coming up next or halfway next time by with bike number 74. Wes Orloff continues to soldier on out there in that fourth place position with Z7 Jerry Duke continuing to round out the top 5. Tim Joyce now over into the museum turns here, coming up on halfway in just a moment.
So really interesting. Wes Orloff started out of the gate like a shotgun and now is just getting picked off by the rest of the competition, whereas Andrew Malk was having a little bit of trouble towards the beginning and now is absolutely creeping his way up. So they've done a little bit of a role reversal out there. Very interesting, and now you see why Andrew Malk has had such a great season and is really duking it out with Tim Joyce in this particular class.
Looks like bike number X95, Andrew Malk, on that section up the run up the hill from the museum over towards turns 13 and 14, has found the speed and has managed to pick up the draft right there behind 176 Tony Reed. So Malk looking at the second step of the podium, while bike number 309, Tim Joyce, continues his domination as he's out of turn number 17, seeing the green and white flags, letting you know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Here's the battle for second. It is still Tony Reed holding on, but Andrew Malk on X95 is just about 4 bike lengths adrift as they dive down into turn number 1 with 74 Wes Orloff right there behind him. So Malk definitely keen to put himself up on the next step of the podium as they work their way down their route through turn number 2 and back up over the hill to turn number 3. Meanwhile, Tim Joyce out here into the braking zone for turn number 5. Reed right here, but here comes Malk storming by on the brakes. So X95, Andrew Malk out braking Tony Reed. Can he hold on? He does. So move Malk up to that second step of the podium, but he's got a lot of distance to close between him and Tim Joyce as they rocket down that back straightaway one more time. Again, halfway flags out for the rest of the field as they start to see the green and white flags crossed.
Well, this is definitely shaping up to be a battle of just amongst the top 3, right? They have just absolutely checked out for the rest of the field. Tim Joyce headed toward turn 15, 16. Still a good battle going on between second and third, which looks like Andrew Malk and Tony Reed.
Reading through what they had here for the stuff, it said Malk will need to beat Joyce in both Vintage Cup races to be held this weekend. If he doesn't win, I guess it's over. Tim Joyce is the champion.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to say that publicly, but it's what is written here. So.
Oh yeah, no.
Yeah.
Kenny mentioned that earlier, and it's true. If Timmy, this will seal the deal.
Yeah.
For Tim Joyce for the championship, if he continues this safe, smooth style of riding and keeps his strong lead.
At what the way the points were shaping up, Andrew Malk from Milwaukee, Wisconsin was leading Tim Joyce from Laurel Hill by 171 points. However, while Malk has earned more points during the season and finished more races, Tim Joyce entered the final 2 rounds with more individual race wins. So what was written here in my press release was Malk will need to beat Joyce in both Vintage Cup races, he being both Vintage Cup races to be held at Barber this weekend to secure the championship. And right now, Tim Joyce is still leading, so this could be for all the marbles. I thought we still had tomorrow, but looking at the press release, Malk had to beat Joyce both times, and right now Tim Joyce leads Andrew Malk by about a half a front straightaway lead as the field has seen halfway. So whatever happens, this race will be considered complete. We'll see how it shapes up. I know Andrew Malk really pushed hard in the beginning half of the race and worked himself up to that second step of the podium, but it looks like Joyce has got a pretty substantial lead as that duo works their way out of turn number 10, 11 up to the 12 and 13 area here right now. 176 Tony Reed still back there in third. 74 Wes Orloff back and forth, and C7 Jerry Duke rounding out your top five as Tim Joyce still leads Andrew Malk over through turns 14 and 15 here in the closing laps of this premier race. Race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce across the start-finish line. X95, Andrew Malk pulls to about a quarter of a front straightaway lead, but time is running out as that duo drives down into turn number 1, over into turn number 2. My guess is they're going to encounter some lap traffic here. If not this lap, then maybe on the final lap. White flag should be coming out next time by as your race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce, up over the crest of the hill, down into turn number 5. Malk in behind his fairing, diving in deep, down on the brakes into turn number 5, Charlotte's Web. He knows he's got to pour it on and pull out all the stops if he wants to hold on to his chance for the championship as he works his way up over the crest of the hill, down that back straightaway, still trying to reel in bike number 309, Tim Joyce, who's now over in the museum turns.
Oh, just a nail biter. I would be so pumped to see Andrew scrape by there. That would be so exciting. But Timmy has just dominated this race from start to finish. It would take some sort of just really misstep from Joyce in order for Andrew to get his chance, I think, unless he's just holding something in reserve, unless he's got some magic going on. I don't know if he put the Dominator kit on his bike this morning.
You gotta remember, it ain't over until that checkered flag waves, so we'll see what's gonna happen. Tim Joyce, bike number 309, still continues to lead. X95, Andrew Malk, as the starter has white flag in hand, waiting for Joyce to come out of turn number 17 to start his final lap. Looks like bike number 23, David Rutherford, across the field. Here's another couple of back markers. Here's your race leader, bike number 309, Tim Joyce. So he's going to have to try and get around some of these leaders. Looks like X95, Andrew Malk might have dropped a little bit of positions that time as they get to about a half a front straightaway lead. Meanwhile, 74, Wes Orloff still not finished with his battle for third with 176, Tony Reed. So put Orloff up on the third step of the podium as the white flag comes out. Whatever's going to happen, it's going to happen this lap as 309, Tim Joyce around the two back markers down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web one more time. Then it's going to be X95, Andrew Malk, once again diving down into the brake zone himself, but it looks like the damage has been done as bike number 309, Tim Joyce, out of turn number 5, up over the crest of the hill, rocketing down that back straightaway past one more back marker. X95, Andrew Malk, trying to hold on, but Kean still has second solid there, but not able to reel in Tim Joyce here in the closing turns here of the final lap of this Premier Vintage 500 Cup race.
Just the disparity on this last back stretch of Tim Joyce just rocketing past one of the back markers and lapping somebody in this class. Oh my gosh.
Tim Joyce, bike number 309, once again out of turn number 10, up through 11, up through the crest of the hill. Then it's bike number X95, Andrew Malk, still holding on to that second place position. Meanwhile, it looks like 74, Wes Orloff has really put down his head, pulled out all the stops. He's got quite a bit of gap over 176, Tony Reed. Let's go first call. First call for race number 7. First call, race number 7, the CB160 race. You folks will be up here in a moment. First call for race number 7. First call, race number 7.
And your checkers.
Checkered flag out for race leader bike number 309, Tim Joyce, as he takes the unofficial win here in this cup. Then it's going to be X95, Andrew Malk coming home second, 74, Wes Orloff coming home unofficially third with 176, Tony Reed right behind him. Once again, it's first call for race number 7, the CB160 race, presented by John and Candy Sneed. First call for race number 7, first call. I got so excited I missed first call. I was supposed to be the white flag. Oh, well, we'll drag just, we got a back-to-back in this one, we're going to have to drag a little bit.
Yeah. No, I know, I was too. Sometimes I get so into watching it, I forget that I have to like switch the cameras and do stuff.
No, it's not the first time I've done it, but it'll be all right. You know?
Yeah, no, it's fine. So, huge congratulations to Mr. Timmy Joyce out there. Just smooth sailing start to finish with authority. Winning the championship for 2021 here in this Premier Cup. This very special class powered by NYC Norton. We talked to Mr. Kenny Cummings earlier in the first broadcast for today's weekend-long streaming that's going on, so make sure you go click on over and go check that out. I did hear a rumor that they were going to maybe have a little celebration down here on Victory Lane down on the start-finish line, so let me hang tough and see if anybody's heading on out there to shake some checkered flags or pop a bottle of champagne. I don't know exactly what they're going to get up to, but we're going to wait and see.
You mean they're going to try and do that down here?
Yep.
Right now?
That was what I heard.
I don't feel so bad then about this first of all.
Oh yeah,
Give a
you're
little
fine.
extra time anyway.
That was my understanding. That's why I
Yeah.
was trying to let
Okay.
let them know where they should park him.
Okay, all right.
I think that's what was going to happen. We're all going to find out together, Jay.
Yeah. We'll learn together. What do you say?
So a little bit of cloud coverage came in here. I'm sure the racers are super excited about that. Help cool down a little bit out there in their leathers. So I'm just polishing up my glasses so I can see what is happening out there on the track. And if you're just now joining us, welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This was race, I don't even know what race this was. Where are we?
Paddock, holders for the CB160 race. We need for you guys to make sure that you start making your way down here to the hot pit lane. Again, holders for the CB160 race. We want to make sure that you guys accompany your riders down here. Again, holders, make sure that you're down here for the start of the CB160 race coming up here in just a moment.
There we go. Let's fix that a little bit. Alrighty, it's a little bright in here.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 7, the CB160 race presented by Candy and John Sneed. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 7, the CB160 race presented by Candy and John Sneed. And also holders for the bikes, if you could please, don't forget to make your way down here quickly too. Again, don't forget for the holders for this next race to please make your way down here to the hot pit lane.
So next up, well, you just heard Jay calling for holders because they're doing that Le Mans start. So they need their teammates to come and who's going to hold the bike while the racers run across the track, and then they bump start the bikes from there. So we're calling for those people. We're looking for those bikes. I'm still unsure if they're going to have a little celebration for Tim Joyce. It doesn't feel like it. I don't see anybody out here, so maybe that'll be happening at the end of the day. But huge congratulations to Tim Joyce. I believe with his decisive win just now, he has totally buttoned up the championship and has won the series. But I will wait for official news on that.
Yeah. Announce to control. I got a little behind on my calls on this one. Does it look like can you see down here and we've got everybody down there, our back-to-backs ready to go? Can you see anything down that way?
Get out, EC 176.
I do not.
Copy that. I'll give it about another 15 seconds, then I'll go third.
So kind of an unusual sight, all these bodies out here on the track. Usually that's a big no-no. But this Le Mans start requires all sorts of extra teamwork and bodies down there to hold those bikes.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for our next exciting race this afternoon, the CB 160 race. It's a 4-lap race, and it's presented by John and Candy Sneed. Again, third and final call for the CB 160 exhibition race, a 4-lap race presented by Candy and John Sneed. If you folks want to bring your bikes on down here, we'll go ahead and send you out for your hot lap. Also, don't forget, you need the holder for your bike. Remember, this is a Le Mans style start. So riders, please don't forget to send your holders down here to the hot pit lane yourself. Again, it is third and final call for the CB 160 exhibition race, a 4-lap race presented by Candy and John Sneed. If you folks want to bring one down, we'll send you out here right now. Third call, race number 7. Okay.
Do you want me to grab this?
If you want to, yeah.
And this race number 7, this is our CB 160 Le Mans Start class. This is an exhibition class open to 1960s Honda CB 160 4-stroke twins. This runs fewer laps than our non-exhibition races. It has a unique Le Mans style start that is popular with both riders and fans. It's a little bit of fitness before you're racing out there, a little bit of running before they go ahead, get on those bikes and bump start their way to glory. Machines range from lightly modified to full-blown racers. Riders must enter the 200 Grand Prix class in order to be eligible for CB 160 competition. That 200 Grand Prix already ran earlier today, and that class is for points. This CB 160 class is merely for exhibition. CB 160 class gaining tons of popularity in the past several years for its much more accessible entry price point for people to come racing with us. So if you'd like to find out how you can come race with us and maybe on one of these CB 160s and join in some of this fun, make sure you make your way over to AHRMA.org.
As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. Row number 1, 784 Christopher Acaden. Row number 2, 270 Rob Hall. Row number 3, 294 John Scales. Row number 4, 215 Stuart Sanders. Row number 5, 220 Tim Terrell. Row number 6, 820 Mitchell Barnes. Row number 7, 35L Jack Canes. Row number 8, 022 Sidney McLean. Row number 9, 88 Charles Miller. Row number 10, 49L Lex Robb. Row number 11, 049, Danny Habermel. Row number 12, it's 27X Ross Tuffy. Row number 13, it's 842 Tom Sanders. Row number 14, it's 8893 Tyson Fritz. Row number 15, it's 171 Chris Marlowe. Row number 16, it's 13K Ron Skaggs. Row number 17, it's 07 Mike Miranda. Row number 18, it's 357 Joe Corey. Row number 19, it's bike number 02 Jonathan Hollingsworth. And row number 20, it's bike number 176 Tony Reed, who just finished 4th in the race previous. Now he's doing a back-to-back. And you notice everybody is on their own road. That's because, again, this is a Le Mans style start. Really interesting to watch. The bikes are going to come around here in just a moment. They'll set them up, turn the engines off, back the bikes up against the wall on one side, put the riders over on the other side in the grass on the edge of the track. When the green flag waves, it's a sprint across the track, jump on your bike, fire it up, and away you go.
So again, this is always a super interesting race, I think, because these grids are always massive with these bikes. But it's a little bit of everything. It's people who just pulled a CB160 out of a barn and slapped some tires on it and brought it out here and took the glass, like the lenses and things off of it, all the way to $10,000 fully blown cuckoo nut job crazy bikes. It's a little bit of everything. So it's always really exciting racing, especially when the big dogs from the West Coast come out here, because there's a lot of very, very, I'm going to say high horsepower, but they still don't have very high horsepower because it's still
for a 160, yeah.
Exactly, but for a 160,
it's relative.
Exactly, it is all relative. But there definitely are some really very special, very, very full-blown, kitted-out race machines built off of the CB160 platform. It was launched to make it a little bit more accessible for people to get into racing. This is not just this gentleman's $50,000 rare and exclusive bike thing here at AHRMA. This is open and available to everybody. So go grab that barn find CB160, take one of our awesome schools, and come racing with us next season. We've got a lot of awesome races going on for 2022, including a new date added, a weekend-long program at Daytona in January.
Yep.
Super excited about that.
As the riders are making their way around to grid up their bikes, you'll see them almost disappear behind the pit lane wall over here because it is such a tall wall, but they'll back them up with the tail sections up against the wall. The holders are standing back there behind them. The riders make sure that the bike is set up, and then they'll take the leisurely stroll across hot pit lane, looking over the competition. This is where the psyching starts to come out with your competition. Is the trash talk starts happening as you stroll across the track to take your starting positions over here, or it could be considered the lonely walk as you're standing there on the edge of the track and waiting for them to go. I believe I thought they had to stand on the grass, but I think they got to have basically 1 foot on the white line. I'm not sure how that goes. Maybe it's 1 foot in the grass, 1 foot on the pavement, as they're all looking upstream, waiting for the starter to put the boards up. It's a typical start with the 5, 4, 3, 2, 1 board and the green flag. It just gets interesting because when the green flag waves, you don't hear any motorcycles fire up. You hear a bunch of feet run across the track, and there they go as they sprint across the track, trying to fire the bikes up. Looks like it's going to be 784. Christopher Caden getting a great jump. Then I believe it's 294. John Scales there in second. No, he can't quite get his bike going. I believe 270. Rob Hall back there in second, while Scales not getting a great start. I believe he's back there in about fourth. As a couple of the bikes eventually, you'll see here on the start finish line, usually 1 or 2 of them don't quite get going. Now he finally gets it up and going as a latecomer into the race as he starts down the front straightaway. Meanwhile, the race leaders all the way back up over out of turn number 2 through turn number 3. I believe that's Rob Hall out front, working his way past 784 Christopher Caden. Can't tell who's in third or fourth as they start to spread out. Looks like Scales back there quite a bit further himself down into the braking zone, so a 2-rider breakaway up front as they work their way out of turn number 7 down that back straightaway, and then a battle shaping up again for third. We'll get the full running order for you in just a moment when they complete lap number 1 of this 4-lap exhibition race.
Definitely always a crowd favorite, right? I don't know if it's because the start is so silly and out of control, or if the bikes are just so tiny. I don't know exactly what part of it people just love, but everybody loves this race. Right now, I mean, the fans are just packed up against the fence line. The observation deck is absolutely packed here at Barber. Everybody loves watching this race.
It's a fun one. Race leaders out of turn number 10 up the hill through 11 and 12 over into 13. Looks like everybody is fairly spread out here in this opening lap of the 4-lap race. Again, waiting for them to come around to complete lap number 1, and we'll put out the top 10 when they cross the start-finish line. Just a reminder, Sidecars, you guys are up following this one. We'll get your call started here in just a moment. Again, Sidecar Racers, you'll be up here shortly after this race. Out front, it's bike number 27. Oops.
Hit that refresh, my friend. We got the race monitor up and running.
Out front, it said it was 270 Rob Hall, leading 784 Christopher Caden, and 357 Joe Corey, 820 Mitchell Barnes, and the 220 Tim Terrell rounding out your top 5. 171 Chris Marlowe back there at 6th, 215 Stuart Sanders in 7th. 8th at the moment is 88 Charles Miller, 49L Lex Robb in 9th, and 27X Ross Tuffy round out your top 10 at the end of lap number 1. What is going on with race monitor? It's not counting laps. Interesting.
Do they register this one because it's an exhibition race?
Yeah, they have. Well, yeah, I would think so. They've got the mics, on the grid. It's just weird.
Well, we're all going to find out together.
Yeah, no kidding.
Caitlin, can you hear, what's the age limit on hot pit road?
We've got Mr. Hunter Longshore tuning into the program. Thanks for the awesome comment. My money is on Rob, Hunter Longshore says. Good for you. I know Rob's looking really good out there. Tiny bikes, but really it tests the rider. I agree. I mean, unless we're talking about the ones that are super duper kitted out, this is all about riding skill, right?
Yes,
it's the great
absolutely.
equalizer.
Yeah, to be able to ride, anybody can ride horsepower, but to ride a smaller motorcycle like this one, it is definitely a challenge to do it. Out front, 270, Rob Hall leading this one, being chased down by 784, Christopher Caden, as he holds on to that second place position. Here's the battle for third. At the moment, it's 357, Joe Corey with 220, Tim Terrell, and 171, Chris Marlowe, rounding out your top five. So Terrell and Marlowe still right there within striking distance of Corey. 820, Mitchell Barnes back there at sixth, while your race leader, 270, Rob Hall, leading down into Charlotte's Web. Then it's going to be bike number 784. He's Christopher Caden still holding on to that second place position as he's cleanly through Charlotte's Web himself. Looking on back through the field, 215, Stuart Sanders back there in seventh, 88, Charles Miller in eighth. 49, Danny Habermel back there at ninth, and 49L, Lex Robb rounding out your top 10 as that three-way battle for third place. They work their way through Charlotte's Web as Corey still leads Terrell and Marlowe as they all spread out just a little bit up over the crest of that small hill and then down the back straightaway they go. Say, he missed halfway? He did miss halfway. I thought he did. Attention out of the paddock. Let's go. First call. First call for race number 8, the Sidecars. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 8, the Sidecars. You'll be up in just a moment. First call for race number 8, the Sidecars.
Let's take a peek over here at this race monitor. Rob on one. Christopher
White flag
Aikinen.
out for your race leader, 270, Rob Hall, as he has a full front straightaway lead over his second place rider. Looks like it's going to be 784, Christopher Caden, as he rockets across the start-finish line to begin his final lap, then looking back up towards turn number 17, waiting for this three-way battle. Is it going to be Joe Corey, Tim Terrell, or Chris Marlowe? Who's going to be next out of turn number 17? As here they come at the line. It's going to be bike number 357, Joe Corey, but Tim Terrell is right there, just a couple of bike lengths adrift, as Terrell knows he's going to have to pull out the stops if he wants to step up on the podium. Then 171, Chris Marlowe still rounding out your top 5. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 270, Rob Hall, all the way over through bike there, turn number 5, up the hill through turn number 6, and down the back straightaway they go. Looks like race leader second place. I'm not sure if Christopher Caden had a bit of a moment. Looks like 357 Joe Corey out of turn number 5 up the hill. So could be a shake up in the running order as looks like Joe Corey, Tim Terrell, and Marlowe continue to have their battle. And I think that might be a Caden if he had a moment out there. Slip back a little bit coming down that back straightaway. We'll get the full running order for you, or get the confirmation of that, as the race leader's already working his way back over through the back section of the course right now on this final lap of this 4-lap race. Either that or I missed McCain when he came out, but I don't think so.
Checkers are out.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 270, Rob Hall, taking the unofficial win. Second place does belong to 784, Christopher Caden, so I got lost out there in my laps, but Christopher Caden taking home the unofficial second out here now, waiting to see how the third place battle is going to shape up. If it's going to be Joe Corey or Tim Terrell as they work their way out of that last turn onto the front straightaway. Here they come at the line. It is going to be Joe Corey just holding on to third with 171. Chris Marlowe nipping Tim Terrell for that's 4th and 5th overall. With an exciting conclusion to this race, well, let's go second call. Second call. Race number 8, the Sidecars. You folks are up here in just a moment. Second call. Second call, race number 8, sidecars. You're up in just a moment. Second call for sidecars.
Alrighty. The rest of the field is making their way in. I'm going to go on ahead and redo the graphics for our next race, which is going to be sidecars. And inside the sidecar class, there's like 4 different classes in the sidecar class, right? There's just like a whole ton of them. There we go.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 8, the sidecars. You folks are up right now. You want to bring them on up. We'll send you out here shortly for your hot lap. Again, it is third and final call for race number 8, the sidecars. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for race number 8, the sidecars. If you want to come on up, track is now yours. Third call. As the sidecars are waiting to go out, AHRMA is the premier sidecar organization here in North America, hosting more sidecar races and racers than any other North American organization. Over 50 sidecar teams have raced with AHRMA in 2021 across 22 races from coast to coast. There are both vintage and modern classes, each having their own unique characteristics. In the vintage class, you will see both left and right side chairs. The right side chairs favor left-hand turns, which is a counterclockwise track, and the opposite is true for the left side chairs. With mixed chair outfits on the track at the same time, you will see a lot of passing as the speed changes dramatically between left and right-hand corners. Skinny tires are required on vintage rigs, equates to drifting and sliding, where a modern rig will perform more like a Formula One car. The modern classes run sleek spaceship-style outfits with modern 600cc and 1000cc four-stroke engines. The outfits are purposely built to resemble a modern race car more than a motorcycle. Teamwork is vital, obviously. The rider and especially the passenger must work together. It's a very physical workout for the passenger. A strong body core is essential for the passenger. Low center of gravity is also essential for quartering, along with the passenger transferring weight to the proper position. As the racers take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up when they come around. For the sidecar modern side, the SC modern sidecar TT2, out on row number 1, it's going to be 14 SC, the team of Peter Essif and passenger D. Richard. And then S46 is Dale Lavender as the driver and M. Lavender as the passenger. Then on row number 2, it's going to be the rig of 8NZ Tony Dukas with L. Dukas as the passenger. For the SC modern sidecar USF2, presented by Jessup Enterprises, it's on row number 4. It's going to be the rig of 285 Brent Lebeque and D. Dobrowski as the passenger. For the modern sidecar USF1, presented by Barnett Clutches, on row number 6, it's going to be 64B Bill Wilmeroth with N. Hargis as the passenger. Then for the Formula Classic SC4 group, back on row number 8, it's going to be 043 Dave Keckley as the driver and Jason Vader as the passenger, and X48 Paul Kohler with Abe Blake as the passenger. For the for the sidecar Lost Era sidecar SC3, on row number 10, it's going to be 981 Timothy O'Brien and A. Kramer as the passenger, with 048 Larry Coleman and H. Carlin also on row number 10 as the passenger. Then on row number 11, it's going to be bike number 41B, Jacob Trosper and E. Mauser as the passenger. And then bike number 6060, Eric Green with H. Yampolowski as the passenger. Then back on row number 13 for the Super Vintage, sponsored by Classic Motorcycle Racing Foundation. Row number 13 is 309 Tim Joyce with R. Schulke as the passenger, and 93 Daniel May with C. Chihuahua as the passenger. Then row number 14, it's Eric Trosper on rig number X82 with C. Trosper as the passenger, and 46X Brian Rammer with T. Rammer as the passenger. Row number 15, it's 534 Jeffrey Dixon with T. Korn as the passenger, and 42S Silky Crombie with W. Stefaniak as the passenger. And then on row number 16, it's 37 Jim Powers with E. Yampolowski as the passenger. On row number 18 for the vintage sidecar SC1, it's the rig of 10P Michael Platt with K. Kerr as the passenger. And then for the classic big wheel class sponsored by Cowan Financial Group, it's 169 Byron Hanna II with A. Bowers as the passenger back on row number 20. So fairly good sized field here for the sidecar race. Again, a classic fan favorite.
Definitely, and you were right. This is like 5 or 6 different classes all gridded together. So I ran out of room to put all the graphics up. So I'm just calling it combined sidecar classes.
7 classes up.
I'm putting them all together. There's just too many things going on out here. But it's really interesting to watch all the huge differences between them. You know, you mentioned how the modern classes look very much, like Formula One. They look like spaceships. They're super high horsepower. And then there's the super, super old school, very kind of like rudimentary looking sidecars out here. A lot of them powered by BMW. It's a bit of a chosen weapon for vintage sidecar racing. Some folks out here that have been racing for a very long time. A lot of these folks are family members. There's a lot of husbands and wives. There's a lot of there's some father and daughter teams out here. The Trospers, who I mentioned earlier in the show, are a married couple, and then their son Jacob is racing in this class also with his wife, I believe, wife or significant other. And yeah, so it's a total family affair here in the sidecar class.
As the racers start to grid up out here for the Lost Era SC3 sidecar group on rig number 48, that's Larry Coleman out there with his passenger Harald Carlin. Larry's a 3-time AMA national champion. He's a land speed record holder, and he's also an AMA Hall of Famer. And Larry and Harald first raced together in Germany in 1971 to 73. They were reunited in Germany's Hockenheim ring back in 2012 for a classic event, and then again in the Bikers Classic in Spa in 2016, and then in 2018 they began racing AHRMA together. In the true to the spirit of AHRMA, they're once again reunited here at Barber to celebrate sidecar racing and enjoy old friendship and memories. So their sidecar was built by Becker Motorworks and Baker Motorsports. It's a BMW 750. It sports 16-inch wheels, and the outfit is built to replicate the style of GP sidecar racers or sidecars that were raced in the late 60s. So keep your eye out for sidecar number 48. Also, SC4, the bike number 43. It's a BMW with an MRE chassis and a 4-speed engine. That's again piloted by Dave Keckley and Jason Bader as the field thunders away. Looks like bike number 14, Peter Essef and his passenger get the jump on the field as it laid down into turn number 2, waiting for him to over into 2, waiting for him to come back into view here in a minute as they come back up through turn number 3.
Yeah, I ran into Larry Coleman last night, who does a ton of announcing for this event. He's done announcing for Bonneville. He's out there racing right now. He's saying that he is considering this being his final year of doing road racing.
Looks like S46, Lavender getting the jump on Peter Essef and his passenger Richard. So Lavender up front, Essef back there at second with the Dukas team back there in third on 8NZ as everybody starts to spread out.
Not this one, this
Oh,
one.
Levecki?
Levecki. He's in first. He's not racing.
Oh, I'm sorry. So my apologies, it's 285, Brett Levecki and Dobrowski out front being chased down by Essef and Dukas as the field works their way over through the museum turns here in just a moment.
It's a super honest mistake. The rigs look so similar. It's really hard to tell them apart sometimes.
Well,
so
also
things happen.
You get a chance to see him grid up before they took it off. He just scratched. Okay.
Alrighty, and our first competitors are making their way down the backside of the track, heading towards 15, 16. They'll be hitting 17 in just one moment, making their way down the front stretch.
Race leaders working their way through the back section now onto the front straightaway. I believe it's going to be 285. Brett Lebeque and Dobrowski as they cross the start-finish line. Yep, and they've got bike number 14, SC Peter Essef and Richards right behind them, even though they didn't show up. Do they have a transponder on their bike? Dukas is in second, even though I saw him go by. They'll figure it out.
Well, alrighty, and the rest of the field are making their way down this front stretch again.
Looks
We're
like
gonna start seeing a little bit of the older
Eric
cars.
Green and Yampolowski back there in third, or rather fourth, and 37 Jim Powers and the other team of Yampolowski rounding out your top five. As Brett Lebequin and his passenger Dobrowski were really setting out a blistering pace here in the opening laps. So that's the Dukas is coming out over through 7.
Team is number 42.
Yeah.
It's all girls. It's the only all-girl team. Yep. That's Wendy.
Okay.
Alrighty, and those Formula sidecars are making their way through 15-16, and we'll be seeing them in just a moment.
Race leaders still putting out a blistering pace here as they're working their way through the back section of the course, waiting for them to come on to the front straightaway here in just a moment.
And there they are.
Here they are. Looks like it's going to be 285. Brett Lebeque still out front, being chased down by Peter Essef and his passenger of Richards as they got about a half a front straightaway lead or quarter of a front straightaway lead down into turn number 1. And quite a distance back to the team of Dukas and Dukas back there in that third place position, waiting for them to come out onto the front straightaway here in just a minute. Lebeque. Thank you. There's the team of Dukas and Dukas, and then it's going to be, looks like bike number 66D, Eric Green from Yampolowski, still holding on to that fourth place position. Actually, scratch that. It's 37 Jim Powers and Yampolowski up to fourth with bike number 66 Dean Eric Green and Yampolowski rounding out your top five. Then it's the team of Trosper on X82 back there in sixth. Then seventh place position is 46X, the team of Rammer and Rammer as they start their third lap.
All right, let's take a gander over at Race Monitor.
Next across the line, 981, Timothy O'Brien and Kramer out there for that 8th position. And then 048, Larry Coleman and his passenger Carlin back there at 9th. And the all-women's team of 42S, Silky Crombie and Stefanaki, Wendy holding on to that 10th position. How do you say her last name? Stefaniak? Stefaniak. Yep, that'd be bike number 42S, Silky Crombie and Wendy Stefaniak holding on to the top 10 as they are coming up there, start their third lap. Somebody's off over there. Who is it? Oh, Dukas and Dukas. Looks like a rig of 8NZ. The team of Dukas and Dukas retired early over in the turns 8 and 9 area. Looks like their machine gave up the ghost on them as they pull off the track and have to abandon the race. Tough break for them as they were running third overall here. Race leaders of Brett Lebeque and Dobrowski on 285. They should be seeing the halfway flags here in just a moment. Let them know they've got 4 done and 4 left to go as they're still being chased down by Peter Essef and the team of Richards. And then it's going to be bike number 043, Dave Keckley and his passenger. Actually, he drops down in the order. It's Bill Wilmeroth out there in that third place position with his passenger Hargis as he begins the next lap. This is why I don't like race monitor at times, because it jumps around. Yeah, and you can't call off of it. 169.
We've got another sidecar that had to pull off. Possible little mechanical or not. Looks like that Team Dukas was pulled off, and Team 169 also is pulled
And
off.
Charlotte's Web. It
Yeah.
went off in Charlotte's Web.
Hannah and Bowers. Although it looks like I think they have mechanical.
Yeah.
going to the gravel like that forever. They must have gone off.
Charlotte Webb snagged another team out there. But everyone's okay. Looks like they probably just had some sort of little mechanical.
They got it pushed off.
They're pushing their way out of the gravel trap right now as we speak.
He has a 1,000, he has a 600.
Looks like Levecki and Dabrowski working their way over through some of the lap traffic. That's given the team of Esseff and Richards a chance to start to reel them in as those top three or those top two pretty much definitely within striking distance as they work their way across the start-finish line, looking up towards turn number 3, up over the crest of the hill. So Levecki right there, but here comes Peter Esseff right there, definitely within striking distance, just a couple of bike lengths adrift as they dive down into Charlotte's Web one more time. I believe Levecki out there on 1,000 while Peter Esseff's out there on a 600 as they stretch their legs out on those big modern sidecars down that back straightaway one more time. Hey, there they got it going again.
Oh.
Looks like the team of 169, Byron Hanna and A. Bowers, that ran off over into Charlotte's Web. Had a bit of mechanical installed it. They get it pushed out of the gravel traps and fired up, and back down the track they go.
There they are. Good job, guys.
He only has a stock 600. The race motor park.
Oh, wow. He's hauling butt with it, that's for sure.
But always a crowd pleaser for sure. This class here at Barber, there is just tons of people stopped, hanging over the railings here outside of the timing tower on all the observation decks. Everybody loves checking this. I would say this class, but it's not. It's like 7 different classes. But everybody loves checking out the sidecars for sure. They're absolutely a smile machine. No matter where they go, everybody loves watching.
Levecki and Dabrowski still lead by the slimmest of advantages over Esseff and Richard, as they have all seen the halfway flags now. So whatever happens, it would be considered a complete race. With bike number 64B, Bill Wimmereth and Passenger Hargis still holding on to the top 3. 37, Jim Jowers and Jan Pulaski in 4th. X82, Trosper and Trosper back there rounding out the top 5.
We have somebody running
Then
super
looks
wide
like
over in
bike number
Charlotte's Web.
43, Dave Keckley and Vaden onto that 6th place position. 66D, Eric Green and Jan Pulaski back there in 7th, as it looks like, though, they take the long way around Charlotte's Web as they run out of track, but stayed out of the gravel that time, and now trying to cut the course, it looks like. I'm not sure what
I mean, it's a beautiful day. They're going to go do a little
I
sightseeing.
think they might have a mechanical, because it sure looks like there's some smoke coming off that machine, so I think they decided the better of it and just pulled it over and put it in the safe space.
I think there might be a picnic. I think they're just going to hang out up
looks
there.
like bike number 46X, Rammer moves up the position in on the board. Then X84, or X48 rather, Kohler and Blake in that 9th position. And 048, Coleman and Carlin back there rounding out your top 10 as the laps continue to click off here.
But yeah, Larry Coleman, like we were talking about earlier, AMA Hall of Famer, has been in the motorcycling industry for a long time. I think he said he turns maybe 78 this year. So he's thinking about retiring. He's thinking about this being one of his very last races. And we will be sad to see him go, but he promises me that he will always be around. And he is a true fan of the AHRMA family out here. And he is going nowhere. I know. I couldn't believe it when he said 78.
Number 14 is posted.
Out there in the paddock, the revised grid for race number 14 has been posted. Again, the revised grid for race number 14 has been posted. Again, revised grid for race number 14 has been posted. On that last lap, looks like the team of Esseff and Richards pulled out all the stops and led that last lap, but then Levecki and Dobrowski return the favor and now still leads as they work their way out of turn number 5 over the crest of the hill and 6 down into turns number 7, 8, and 9. White flag should be coming out this next time by in just a moment. Once again, grids for race number 14. Again, grids for race number 14 have been posted.
All Alrighty, I see our flag man to the stars. Mr. Ed Margie already has the white flag out, but isn't shaking it quite yet. I think he's keeping an eye out for the class leader. Just a beautiful day out here. The sun's starting to peek back out again. Just a spectacular past couple of days here after some torrential rain on Wednesday. Perfect racing conditions, thank goodness, because we have over 600 entries each day of racing here today and tomorrow. So very action-packed day here. So by all means, if you're thinking about making your way here, you better
for your race leader, bike number 285.
come on down. We got plenty of racing left.
Bike number and passenger Dobrowski still being chased down by SF and Richards as they start their final lap. Attention in the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 9. Formula Vintage presented by Racetech and Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycles. And 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 9. Formula Vintage, Sportsman 500, and 350 GP. First call, race number 9, first call.
Go see what's going on over at Race Monitor real quick. You can see some of the scoring that's coming in. Again, this is 7 different mixed classes, but this is just the order that they are crossing start finish with those transponders. You can take a gander at some of the timing that's been going on. And checkers are out. Not quite shaking yet, but checkers are out as we look for race leader.
Race leaders out onto the front straightaway. Who's it gonna be at the line? It is 285. Levecki and Dobrowski just nipping SF and Richards at the line to take the unofficial win out here on this one as the checkered flag flies out there. Quite an exciting race here for the sidecars. As we said, they got some fast ones, some medium ones, and some slower ones, but everybody finishing the race other than just a couple that we, other than I think the Ducases, I think they were the only ones that DNF'd. Hot take that back 66 over here in Charlottesville. I believe we're going to have to go pick up that rig itself in just a moment.
Alrighty, some more exciting racing from our friends over in the sidecar classes. And next class going on is going to be race number 9, which is going to be Formula Vintage.
We're going to have to drag just a little bit to pick up both these rigs, right?
And it looks like we're going to have to go run the truck out there to go pick up a couple of these vehicles that had some mechanicals.
We have to pick them up one at a time.
So we're going to take just a hot second. And let's go ahead and thank some of our awesome sponsors.
The track clear then. Let's go second call for race number 9, but don't be in such a rush because we still got a couple of rigs we've got to pick up out here. So we'll go second call. Race number 9, Formula Vintage, presented by Racetech. You guys will be up here in a minute. Sportsman 500, presented by Niche Cycles, will be up in just a moment. And the 350 GP, presented by NYC Norton. You guys will be up here in just a moment. Again, it is second call. Second call, race number 9, Formula Vintage, Sportsman 500, and 350 GP. Second call for race number 9.
Well, alrighty, Mr. J. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in. I just want to turn on the camera real quick while we have a hot second. And thank you guys for tuning in and asking your questions. I've been trying to check out on Facebook and see if I can go ahead and answer any questions for you guys. I'm going to go ahead and adjust this camera because both of us just are blasted out in here. It is so bright. Let me see if I can fix this camera a little bit here in the booth. There we go. Let's turn down. The sun came out again, so let's do that a little bit. Is that a little better, hopefully? So that's us. Thank you so much, everybody, for clicking, liking, and sharing all of these awesome feeds here from the 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad. We are heading into race number 9 out of a 16 race day. Each day, today and tomorrow, 16 massive grids, massive huge races. We're looking forward to more fun and more awesome action. Race number 9 that's coming up here in just one moment is Formula Vintage, sponsored by Racetech Suspension. This is also going to be Sportsman 500 and 350 Grand Prix. So let me go ahead and start grabbing those graphics for it as we take a little gander at the beautiful track that is Barber. I already forgot what I said. Formula Vintage, Sportsman 500. There's those guys. And 350 Grand Prix. How they doing out there, Jay? Are they picking up those sidecars?
Yeah, we've got a bit of a long second call going here because they have to, with sidecars, they can't put them on a trailer. They have to put a tow strap on them and kind of tow them back around. So we got both rigs rolling now. So hopefully it won't be too much longer before they get them going again. In fact, it could be a race between the tow trucks and the sidecars because the guy that's over here in 11 is not going very fast. The guy that came out at 10 and up the hill, he was going pretty good. The one who was telling Dukas. So I don't know where they went.
I mean, that seems kind of exciting.
See them up here for too much longer.
Let me open up my phone and see who is going on. See what's going on over on the Facebooks. See if we've got any questions that we can answer while we've got a hot second or two.
Attention out there in the paddock. Looks like we've got everything taken care of. Let's go third and final call for race number 9. Formula Vintage, Sportsman 500, and 350 GP. Again, third and final call, race number 9. Formula Vintage, presented by Racetech. Sportsman 500, presented by Niche Cycle Supply, and 350 GP, presented by NYC Norton. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third and final call for race number 9. Bring them on up. We'll send you on out to the racetrack. Again, also want to remind everybody, grids for race number 14 were reposted and are final down there. If you want to make sure you get down there and check out your grid positions again, grids for race number 14 are posted. As the competitors take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, 117 David Kressel, 1B Kevin Rammer, and 237 Matt Esterline with 118 William Brent. On row number 2, it's 949 Keith Powell, 03 Jesse Davis, and 31 Martin Jurasek. Then row number 3 is 736 Stephen Pettinger, W13 Warren Wilson, and 139 David Wallace. For the Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycle Supply on row number 5, it's 1P Eric Cook, C85 Simon Brown, 33 Kevin Hip, and 31X Stephen Hip. Row number 6, it's 072 Michael Murray, 117X Marcus Esterline, and 132 Greg Potter. Row number 7 is 334 Scott Turner, 97R Ken DeBellac, 32X David Felpel, and 30 Graham Carlton. In row number 8, it's 56D David Moser, 777 Joseph Wright, and bike number 59. For the 350 GP presented by NYC Norton. On row number 10, it's 122 Alex McLean, 1B David Roper, Z7 Jerry Duke, and 309 Tim Joyce. 950 or row number 11, it's going to be bike number 950 Don Hollingsworth, 679 James Korn, and 79R Craig Light. Row number 12, it's 87 Eric Watts, 127 Robin Scudder, 37 Jim Jowers, and 80R Ellen Niederer. Row number 13, it's 36T John Tunstall, and 787 James Buller, and 350 Doug Bowen. And rounding out your field on row number 14, it's bike number 9A John Sneed, and bike number 14K Ken Duke. That is your field here for race number 9. The Formula Vintage class, sponsored by Race Tech Suspension. Since 1984, Racetech has been perfecting the science of motorcycle suspensions. They offer performance springs, legendary gold valves, G3S custom shocks, T&K fork tubes, drum brake, arcing, and complete suspension rebuild services for vintage and modern motorcycles. Vintage specialist Matthew Wiley will be at the track this year at several events, including the Barber Motorsports Vintage Festival, to assist AHRMA racers. Racetech Suspension has been an AHRMA sponsor since 2009, and in addition to backing the competitive Formula Vintage road race classes, they are the series sponsor for AHRMA Post-Vintage Motocross. Contact Matthew directly to receive the best service possible for an AHRMA and for an AHRMA member discount. Visit www.racetech.com. This class is open to machines which also compete in the 500 Premier, 500 Grand Prix, Formula 750, Formula 500, and the Sportsman 750 classes. Additional bikes eligible for this class include up to 1982 two-strokes from Kawasaki, Suzuki, Yamaha, and Honda 4-cylinder CB 550 four-strokes. The fastest bikes and some of the fastest riders of all of AHRMA's vintage classes are out here. Dennis Parrish won the 2020 championship. The Sportsman 500, sponsored by Niche Cycle. Niche Cycle Supply, offering the largest Mikuni inventory in the nation and supplying a vast selection of vintage street and off-road parts and accessories to the world. Niche Cycle has you completely covered from simple repair to maintenance to major custom and restoration projects. They stock everything they sell so they can ship it to you the same day you order it, because at Niche they understand the passion. The class here for the Sportsman 500 are 7T2 and earlier street bike based 4-stroke machines with a maximum of 3 cylinders. No fairings, drum brakes are required, and the class typically hits British twins against Honda and Ducatis and even the BMW on occasion. The 350 Grand Prix, sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restoration, the fabrication of complete Sealy framed racing and performance street machine motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials in customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engine and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motor work, reliability modifications, and high performance tuning. That is from NYC Norton. The class is for 1968 and earlier machines, including the 350 4-strokes, 350cc air-cooled single-cylinder 2-strokes, 250cc liquid-cooled single-cylinder 2-strokes, and 250cc air-cooled twin-cylinder 2-strokes. Include some of the rather exotic purpose-built race bikes such as the AJS 7R, the Yamaha TD1, and the Harley-Davidson Aramaki ER/CRTT. Converted production bikes are also in this class. Ducati singles and Harley-Davidson Sprints are also popular. Alex McLean took the 2018, 2019, and 2020 championship on his Rob McKeever-sponsored Aramaki. That is your field and the class here for race number 9. Looks like the first wave for the Formula Vintage away cleanly, and then it's going to be the turn of the Sportsman 500 presented by Niche Cycle Supply, and they work their way Down the front straightaway through turn number 1 is where the first wave of the Formula Vintage, all the way over into the Charlotte's Web braking area, turn number 5. And then the third wave, the 350 GP field presented by NYC Norton. They get their start out across the start-finish line. That's all you for.
Alrighty, everybody getting off with a good-looking start. Charlotte did not strike again and nab somebody on this very first lap. And as you can already see down the back side of the track, we have our very first race leaders already heading very swiftly towards turns 15 and 16. This would be the Sportsman 500 is going to be this first wave. And in just about 2 seconds, they're going to pop up and start making their way down the front straight. And just like that, here they come. Sportsman 500 class, powered by Niche Cycle Supply and the 350 Grand Prix, sponsored by NYC Norton. Definitely some mid-pack battles already shaping up. Let's go take a gander and race monitor real quick and see what they've got going on. So it looks like Jesse Davis is in 1. David Crissell in 2. Kevin Rammer in 3. William Brent 4. David Wallace 5. Leaders are already heading back towards the museum. You just saw them go across the top of the screen. That is the front of this pack of racing here at race number 9 of a 16 race day here at the 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad. Oh, it looks like Formula Vintage was at the front of this pack. I was wrong. Formula Vintage is towards the front of this pack. And out front, high, wide, and handsome is our race leader with an entire track front straight length between himself and racer number 2 in second place. And then now here we see the rest of the pack. So there seems to be a really good battle shaping up a little bit further down pack between about 4, 5, and 6. Our current leader stepping away pretty easily, smooth sailing for Jesse Davis out in 1.
Out on the racetrack, bike number 030, Jesse Davis making it look easy as he leads over 117, David Crusell, and bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. That's your top 3. 139, David Wallace back there in 4th, and 118, William Brent rounding out your top 5. Back in that 6th place position is 31, Martin and Jurassic. Then bike number 736, Stephen Pettinger. 8th at the moment is 237, Matt Esterline. 9th is W13, Warren Wilson, and bike number 072, Michael Murray round out your top 10. This is, that's not good. You're just walking away from your bike.
Well, I think they're supposed to get out of the zone.
I guess so.
So it looks like somebody ran a little wide out there, but they are fine. They're up and walking away from their machine. There is no heavy flagging going on. Everyone's fine. They're just hanging out in one of the gravel traps there for a hot second, and he's getting clear of the field.
033, Jesse Davis making it look easy as he's working his way into some of the back markers from the 2nd and 3rd wave. as he's working his way out of turn number 2 up over the crest of the hill into turn number 3 in just a moment. Then it's going to be 117 David Crussell out there in that second place. So Crussell diving down into turn number 1 while Jesse Davis up over the hill through turn number 4 down to the braking zone for turn number 5. So quite a bit of distance between first and second. Then it's going to be bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer. He's holding on to that third place position as he dives down into turn number 1. While bike number 117, David Crussell, out of 3. So the top 3 are really spread out here for the Formula Vintage race. Then bike number 139, David Wallace, still holding on to that fourth place position with 31. Martin Juresic still back there rounding out the top 5. Charlotte's Web.
Who's that out there?
76, I think.
Oh, looks like
Straight over there.
bike 76 is having a little bit of a mechanical. Let's go see if I can see them on our screen. Oh, where is he?
Straight out front. See over there?
I do. Where's he going? Unfortunately, it's my camera is. We're missing him by like a millimeter. But anyway, he's fine. Looks like somebody's just having a little mechanical. They're pushing their bike off of the back side of the track. But again, no flags, no drama. Everyone's fine.
Halfway flags out for your race leader, 03, Jesse Davis, as he's got 4 done and 4 left to go. Then it's going to be bike number 117, David Crussell. He's back there solidly in second as he's working his way through some of the lap traffic, holding on to that second place position, waiting for bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, come into view here in a moment. He's working his way through the back section of the course now across the start-finish line to see the green and white flags letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go himself.
Switched to my rooftop camera and a little corner of a white flag just flipped in front of the screen, and I was getting ready to say something and then realized, oh no, because it's up on the roof. They've got white Barber printed logoed flags up there, so every once in a while it just flips in front of the camera.
Running back through the field in that 4th place position right now, it's 139, David Wallace, then 31, Martin Juresic. Back there in that 5th place position. 118 William Brent in 6th. Bike number 736 Stephen Penninger in 7th. 072 Michael Murray back there in 8th. 13 Warren Wilson in 9th. And 33 Kevin Hipp still rounding out your top 10 as 03 Jesse Davis across the start finish line now once again as he continues his domination of this race. Has at least 3-turn lead over second place rider, bike number 117 Crussell. Crussell just now crossing the start finish line, diving down into turn 1, while bike number 03 Jesse Davis all the way over past the scoring pylon down that back straightaway again. So not quite a half a lap lead, but probably will be close to it by the time the checkered flag waves here in just a few more laps. As bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, crosses the start-finish line and once again himself still holding on to that 3rd place position with 117 David Crussell himself all the way over in turn number 5, while the race leader 03 Jesse Davis working his way through the back section up through turns number 10, 11, and 12 over there, passed over by the wooded section.
Delicious cold soda pop for myself. A little bit of caffeine to get us through this big, huge day, Jay. 600 entries. Woo!
Yeah. It's only 2 o'clock, but it sure feels like 4.
No, it's real serious. Real serious racing out here.
03, Jesse Davis one more time across the start-finish line, beginning his next lap as one rider takes a little bit of a wide line into turn number 1 over to Charlotte's Web. Looks like that is bike number 1V. I don't know if that's Kevin Rammer or which one that is. There's a couple of bike number 1s out here. 1Q out there as he pulls off. Looks like he's retiring early, so he just basically went straight off and passed around the gravel trap.
Yeah, he did.
Nice that he missed putting in the gravel traps, but tough that his race comes to an early end for him. Then bike number 117, David Krussel across the start-finish line. He's still holding on to that second place with 1B, Kevin Rammer across the start-finish line himself. That's your top 3 for the Formula Vintage and the top 3 in the race as the laps continue to click down. White flag should be coming out here in just a moment for your race leader when he comes around to complete this next lap.
Yeah, I think he was trying to play it safe and go off into the grass versus going into the gravel. I think there must have been some sort of little mechanical issue, and he just figured, I'll just dip out right here and have somebody push me back to the paddock.
Flag in hand for your race leader, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, who took off at the beginning and has really stretched out his lead as he continues to work through lap traffic. And then bike number 117, David Krussel, he's still working his way through the back section of the course as Jesse Davis sees the white flag starting his final lap. Looks like Davis working his way up over the crest of the hill down into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web here in this final lap. Still waiting for our second place rider, 117 Krussel, to work his way out of that final turn onto the start-finish line. Meanwhile, race leader up over the crest of the hill by the scoring pylon and down that back straightaway there. Second place rider, 117 David Krussel, seeing the white flag starting his final lap. Well, let's go first call. First call for race number 10, Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. Again, first call for race number 10, Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike 2, and Sound of Singles 2. First call for race number 10. Read that one. He's going to be in this next race.
And while we're winding down race number 9 here, friends, race number 10, BMW, we'd like to invite you to come on over and cheer on Nate Kern Racing as Nate Kern competes in today's Battle of the Twins, Sound of Thunder 1 and Sound of Thunder 2 on his BMW R9T. BMW Motorrad, make life a ride. Our title sponsor here at the 16th Annual Barber Vintage Festival. Thanks, Brent.
Checkered flag out for your unofficial race winner, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, making it look easy as he put his head down at the beginning of this one and flat took off from the rest of the field. Still waiting, looks like number 117, and David Krussel out of that final turn here, waiting for him to come across the start-finish line. Here he comes, taking the unofficial second out there in class, and then now waiting for bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, who should be taking the unofficial third as everybody else works across the start-finish line. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 10, Sound of Thunder 1, presented by William Dokianos, the Next Gen Superbike presented by Mid-States Distribution, and the Sound of Singles 2s presented by Moto Caddy. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call, Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. Second call for race number 10.
Alrighty, Jay, while we're having these folks make their way back home, I'm going to go ahead and start changing out these graphics as we get into race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1. as we were discussing earlier, as the numbers get smaller, the CCs get bigger. So that's
That's
the
right.
biggest Sound of Thunder class.
Yep.
This is also next generation Superbike, which is a little bit more of a modern type class. So I think it's really neat to see these classes that have a couple little bit more modern bikes. I think folks think that because it's AHRMA, that it's all old stuff all the time,
Yep.
which it is old stuff a lot of the
Quite a
time.
bit. There's a lot of new stuff out here
But
too.
we dabble in a little bit of more modern stuff, you know, we're open to adding classes where it fits in and where it makes sense, you know, to include people in our super fun family atmosphere of racing. And Sound of Singles 2. And that's everybody. Do you want me to go ahead and read these?
If you'd like,
And race number 10 coming up in just one moment. This is Sound of Thunder 1, sponsored by William Dokianos. This is also going to be William Dokianos wishes to thank all of the volunteers. We are fortunate to be able to enjoy AHRMA. So great messaging from William. Thank you so much for being the sponsor of this Sound of Thunder 1 class. Some of the biggest, baddest, fastest bikes in AHRMA road racing. This is an unlimited displacement 4-stroke singles, twins, and triples. This is also open to AHRMA's open 2-stroke bikes and even rotary engine machines. This is also next generation superbike sponsored by Midstate Distribution and Ned Heidel. AHRMA's mission with this class is to recreate and preserve the look and feel of this popular era of U.S. superbike racing, based on production machinery available on the dealership showroom floor. These motorcycles were modified within a specific set of rules that kept the machines looking relatively stock, but allow a very dramatic increase in their performance. This is mid-1980s to early 1990s production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race machines. Twin-cylinder bikes up to 1,000 cc's. 4-cylinder bikes are 750cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is an era when riders like Fred Merkel, Bubba Schobert, and Wayne Rainey ruled in the U.S. This is also Sound of Singles 2, sponsored by Frick and Staropoli, Moto Caddy, Ralph Staropoli, and David Frick. This is a liquid-cooled 4-stroke singles up to 450 cc's and air-cooled 4 strokes to 610 cc. 450s typically have state-of-the-art road race chassis with modern motocross-based engines. That is your race number 10 coming up next.
Attention down the paddock, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1 presented by William Dokianos. Next Gen Superbike presented by Midstate Distribution, and Sound of Singles 2 presented by Moto Caddy. You guys are up right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 10. Bring them on up. Third call for race number 10.
Just to show you a little bit of the action-packed schedule going on here. This is the AHRMA schedule. You can go find this at AHRMA.org. Again, this is both days. I know that print probably is terrifically small for those of you watching at home, but you can track that information down over at AHRMA.org.
As the riders take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up out there. Row number 1, 1A Clint Austin, 15R JM Padron, 41D Brian Dobrowski, and 80H Chris Hasemeyer. Row number 2, it's 131 Steve Metz, 020 Jeff Nelson, and 329 Matthew Crabtree. Row number 3, it's bike number 19 Nate Kern, 60 Eric Burrell, 96D David Schaefer, and 457 Robert Oliveira. Row number 4, it's 660 John Beldock, 60X Rob Wines, 77L Patrick Lansu. Row number 5 is 399 Ben Baker, 222R Jeff Graham, 307 Andrew Johnston, and 21M John Mulcahy. Row number 6 is 477 Ahmet Akaden, then 890 or 189 John Deucer, and 341 Jerry Pellegrino. Row number 7 is bike number 21 Pat Wilkening, 61K Kyle Anderson, 175 Matthew Canavana, and bike number 9X Kevin Calloway, and then row number 8 it's 491 Ryan Surtees. For the Next Gen Superbikes, back on row number 10, it's going to be bike number 35R, Scott Billings. Bike number 9Q, Jim Barker rather. 204, Rick Patriola. And then bike number 14, Brian Larimer. Row number 11 is 576, Christian Jensen. 10P, Michael Platt. And 34R, Rodney Menke. And then row number 12 and 610, Christopher Parrott. And 054, Gilbert Jennings. For the Sound of Singles 2. Back on row number 14, it's going to be bike number 3Z, David Frick, 80L, Ralph Starpoli, and 43A, Steve Alexander, with 510, Noel Corlman. Row number 15, it's 112, Adrian Jasso, 133, Paul Elledge, and 87, Eric Watts. Row number 16, it's 88, Chris Miller, 602, Christopher Mock, 066, Alicia Overturf, and 297, Mark White. Row number 17 is 785, Steve Cartuz, 137, William Doyne, and 681B, Andrew Kruder. Then we're rounding out your field on row number 18 is 141, Larry Watts, 459, Matt Fisher, and bike number 66. That is your field here for race number 10, the Sound of Thunder 1, Next Gen Superbikes, and Sound of Singles 2.
Brian Larriger won't be out there.
Yes.
Brian Larimer just stopped by to tell us that he will not be on the grid. He is already in his comfortable outfit. He is done racing for the day, it appears.
Yep.
He was already in his flip flops and tank tops and shorts out there. He's already done with it for today.
Good sized field, and it is going to be a fast race. You wait and see. These are modern Ducatis up front up here. Andor 675 Triumphs. Those things are faster than sin too. Banca.
All right.
Another big, massive grid.
Mr. David Earhart checking in with us over on the Facebooks. He says there's 3 different races out there. Help us out. Well, you can also always go check out race-monitor.com as well if you want the most up-to-date information. They've got all the details over there with the transponders. Makes it real handy. Hi, David. Alrighty, race number 10. Sound of Thunder 1, Next Generation Superbike, and Sound of Singles 2. Let's listen to the roar.
Looks like the board goes sideways, and it's 15J, Patron, and 41D. Brian Dorbolowski getting the jump on the field as they rocket down, across the start-finish line, down into turn number 1. Looking back towards wave number 2, the Next Gen Superbike, waiting for them to get going. The second wave now cleanly away as the Sound of Thunder 1 bike's already out of turn number 2. And 3 up over the crest of the hill through 4 and 5. Looks like J.R. Padron back there in that third place position. Can't quite make out the 2 lead bikes as everybody's starting to spread out single file, working up through the gearbox down that back straightaway. Then this third wave now finally getting off the start-finish line. That's the Sound of Singles 2 field presented by Moto Caddy. While the second wave, the Next Gen Superbikes presented by Mid-States Distribution, they're finally up over the crest of the hill, down into the braking zone themselves. So we'll get the full running order here for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1.
And somebody having a little bit of an unfortunate start just now in that last wave for this race number 10, but they finally got going. Hopefully they'll catch up and stay competitive. I'm sure that's probably pretty disappointing. And now our first wave is definitely hauling the mail. They are getting ready to hit this front straight here in just one moment. Again, this is that great big huge, very fast Sound of Thunder class. Bam, just like that. Your leaders.
Race leaders across the line is 41D Brian Dobrowski and 19 Nate Kern. Should have realized that Kern, being a fast rider way back there on row number 3, has worked himself up to that second place position. Then 131 Steve Metz rounds out your top 3 with 15R. JM Padron back there in 4th, and 77L Patrick Lounsu rounding out your top 5. As looks like Dobrowski and Kern having a battle themselves, rocketing one more time down into that braking zone. Meanwhile, a pass for third is, I believe it was Lance, or maybe it was Hasemar. Chris Hasemar on bike number 80H. He's an extremely fast rider himself, as one rider diving down into turn number 5 to, I think, work himself up to 3rd place position. We'll get a confirmation who it was here in just a moment, as Kern and Dobrowski continue to work over each other for the lead. Going back on through the field, 7th place at the moment is 9X Ken Calloway. 8th is bike number 660 John Beldock. 9th is bike number 020 Jeff Nelson. And 222R Jeff Graham rounded out your top 10 as the race leaders of Dobrowski and Kern setting a blistering pace here on this second of 8-lap race.
Yeah, that was a real nail biter watching those two dive into this hairpin Charlotte's Web corner. Woof! That is some edge of your seat action right there. The machine number 66 ran wide.
Race leaders out of turn number 13, or 17 rather. It's Kern, Dobrowski, Metz, Calloway. He was my mystery rider over there. So 9X Kevin Calloway pulled a really gutsy move, moving down in to Charlotte's Web, and it doesn't look like he's done yet with 77L Patrick Lansu rounding out your top 5. J.N. Padron back there in 6th, and 80H Chris Hasemar in 7th. As here come your race leaders, Kern leading Dobrowski, but there goes Metz around Dobrowski. So put Steve Metz on 131 up on that second step of the podium, as he now has Dobrowski right there behind him with Calloway and Lansu trying to reel them in, as it's a 5-way battle for anybody's position out there on the lead. As these guys are racing like it's the last lap, and they're only on lap number 3. They haven't even come to halfway. So looks like Metz has really got his sights set on stepping up on that top step of the podium. We'll see if Kern's got anything up his sleeve, as those two are lead. Dobrowski, Calloway, and Lansu through the rest of the field. Looks like they're going to start
Let's go take a look at race monitor real quick
in just a little bit. So we'll see how it's going to shape up when they come around to complete this next lap in just a moment.
There you go, your friends. Some of your leaders and some of the top of the board folks up there. Nate Kern in 1, Dobrowski in 2, Steve Metz 3. I hate to tear away from the camera, but I just wanted to show you your race monitor real quick. But let's get back to the action.
Looks like 131 Steve Metz made his move and puts himself up on the top of the box, with Nate Kern now in 2nd, and 9X Kevin Calloway back there in 3rd.
I'm sure halfway next time.
You announced that they're going to open registration from 5 to 5:30 tonight.
Yeah, I will. Yeah, thanks. I've read that. I think we talked about it in the riders meeting, but I'll start making the mention of it.
Okay, perfect.
So quite a bit of lead changes up there. It's 131 Steve Metz up front with bike number 19 Nate Kern back there in 2nd, and 9X Kevin Calloway in 3rd, with 77L Patrick Lansu and bike number 41D Brian Dobrowski rounding out your top 5. 15R J.M. Padron still back there in 6th, and bike number 80H Chris Hasemar holding on to that 7th place position, with bike number 660 John Beldock back there in 8th. Then bike number 222R Jeff Graham in 9th, and bike number 1A Clint Austin rounding out your top 10. Waiting for the race leaders once to come around here once again, as they're starting to work their way through race and traffic.
Showing somebody else ran a little bit wide, but it looked like they were going to push him, like he was maybe thinking about jumping back on the bike and heading back out there again. So we'll see if somebody rejoins the grid.
Race leader 131, Stephen Metz out the front. Looks like 9X Kevin Calloway was able to use some of the lap traffic to his advantage, put him up on the second step of the podium with 19. Nate Curran dropping back, but still holding on to that third place position as they're going to have to work their way through more lap traffic through the rest of this race with 7LL. Patrick Lansu back there in fourth, and 41D Brian Dobrowski rounding out your top five. Meanwhile, race leader 131 Metz cleanly around some of the back markers out of Charlotte's Web. Then 9X Kevin Calloway right there, letting Metz kind of part the waters as he runs right in behind him. So it's a two-way battle for the lead as Metz and Calloway drop down over into the turns 8 and 9 area over by the museum here. Halfway flags out for these guys, letting them know they've got 4 done and 4 left to go. We'll see how it works out here in another 4 laps or so. Somebody get a little crazy out there in 5?
No, just an absolute nest of bikes going through that corner right there. Just a ton of traffic, a huge pack of motorcycles. It's really just going to be anyone's game of who navigates their way through all that.
Race leaders Steve Metz and 9X Kevin Calloway again in heavy traffic over in the back section of this race. It's pretty heavy traffic out there. Almost looks like rush hour in Atlanta at some of the corners out here as Metz and Calloway continue to race each other hard and pick their way around the back markers as there they go. And here comes bike number 77L, Patrick Lansu. He comes up to join the fray with bike number 19, Nate Curran. Back there in fourth and 41D, Brian Dobrowski rounding out the top 5. So Patrick Lansu, feeling racy himself, was right on the tail section of Calloway and Metz as that trio rockets up out of turn number 3 up over the crest of the hill. Here comes Lansu trying to pressure Calloway for that second place position. Thinks the better of it, drops back in line, tries to pull the crossover move, but can't make it work as Metz tows the freight train of Calloway and Lansu right behind him. Here comes Lansu now out around Calloway. So put Patrick Lansu on 77L up there into that second step of the podium as one rider runs a little bit wide over out of Charlotte's Web and pretty much nails the wall head on. I haven't ever seen that one happen. He was trying to get it slowed down. It looks like he's okay, but bike unfortunately is probably not so well for the wear as race leader Metz continues to lead Calloway and Lansu. Not sure Lansu put a pass on Calloway over there into the turn 8 and 9 area. We'll see if it managed to stick as more riders over off into turn number 5, and Charlotte's Web claims another person over there as the riders up and away, corner workers trying to cleanly pick up the bike now. Waiting for your race leaders. Who's it going to be? It should be Steve Metz out of that final turn. But we're trying to figure out who's going to be holding on to second as here they come down the start-finish line. It was Metz, Calloway, and Lansu. Lansu was right next to Calloway, about a half a front wheel behind him. So these guys are still going hard at each other. White flags should be coming out. Oh, it looks like 15R. J.M. Padron was the unfortunate victim over there in turn number 5. As waiting for your race leaders to coming up out of turn number 4 up over the crest of the hill. It is Metz, Lansu, and it looks like, or rather, Metz, Calloway, and Lansu as they're still working their way through the traffic over out of turn number 6 into 7. Actually, scratch that. It was Calloway that got around Metz. Now Metz tries to return the favor, but Calloway up into the lead. So Calloway managed to sneak by Metz over in the turns 2 and 3 area with bike number 77L, Patrick Lansu, right there. So it is still a 3-way battle for the lead on this race. White flag should be coming up next time by as they still having to pick their way through the traffic.
Yeah, you could have thrown a towel over those two coming down this front straight, just absolutely on rails.
Race leaders over back into the back section of the course over through turns 14, 15, and 16, waiting for them to come back onto the front straightaway and see if they're going to still be bunched up or if they've spread themselves out here, getting kind of hung up in some of the lap traffic. As waiting for Mats, here they go. It was 9X Kevin Calloway managed to make that pass stick over 131 Steve Metz and bike number 77L Patrick Lansu as they see the white flag out starting their final lap. Attention to the paddock. Let's go first call. First call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. Again, first call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. First call for race number 11. Bike number 9X, Kevin Calloway, continues to pick his way through the lap traffic. Meanwhile, 131, Steve Metz trying to figure out how he can reel him in and put a pass on him for the lead with bike number 77, Patrick Lansu, again, still there within striking distance as they're working their way through the final turns here on this final lap. Looks like Callaway still holds the lead over Metz by just a few bike lengths leads as they work their way over through turns 13 and 14 here in this final lap. We'll see if traffic's going to come into play as they work their way around again the final turns here.
Here they come. This looks like it's going to be race leader here in just a second.
Race leader across the start finish line. It is 9X Kevin Calloway using the traffic to his advantage to put himself up on the top step of the podium with 131 Steve Metz and bike number 77L Patrick Lansu rounding out the top three with 19 Nate Kern back there in fourth and 41D Brian Dobrolowski rounding out the top five.
Very exciting racing, very fast. I forget how these larger displacement machines, how much truly faster it all clips on along so much quicker. Somebody taking a little shortcut out there. All right, let's take a gander at Race Monitor. These would be your official, unofficial results of race number 10. Again, you can see the classes in here.
Announced to control. We got to pick up, right?
And your official, unofficial, official-ish winner,
Yeah.
Kevin Calloway on the 9X.
It's always unofficial until the 30-minute protest period is over, and that's the way I call it.
That's true. That's true. This is the official, unofficial version. That was race number 10.
Somebody went wide in the braking zone for turn one, but it looks like they're still. Oh no, that was the guy that fell, so he's coming in on his own.
Yeah.
Okay.
No, a couple of folks ran off course, but everybody's totally fine. The bikes all got picked up. There's one more.
We still gotta go get.
Yeah, there's one more hanging out over there in turn 5, so we'll have to go get them. But they're fine. They're standing up.
Let's go second call. Let's go second call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight presented by the International CBX Hunters Association. Formula 750 presented by NYC Norton. Vintage Superbike Lightweight presented by Jim Ike. And Sportsman 350 presented by Toad Town Racing. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call for race number 11. Also want to remind everybody that registration, because of the size of the grids and all the fun we've been having out here today, registration will be open from 5 until 5:30 this evening for anybody that wants to try and adjust their racing schedule for tomorrow. I know we've had quite a few mechanicals and unfortunately some off-track excursions, but again, if you want to adjust your racing schedule for tomorrow, registration for road racing will be open from 5 until 5:30 this evening. So keep that in mind. It's going to be open for a short time because, as you noticed today, we've got a lot of races. We've got virtually the same schedule tomorrow. We've got so many races, we're not even doing a morning practice. So that means that for the guys that are out here today, If you find out that you want to change some classes or maybe have to change a bike or something like that because of your racing activity today, registration for road racing will be open for a short period this evening once the racing is concluded from 5 until 5:30. Thank you.
8 laps, 3 ways. All aboard. Clipboards.
Alrighty, let's go ahead and redo some of these graphics here. I'm looking for Sportsman 350. There she is. Alright. Alrighty. So this is your race number 11. This is going to be Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. Jay, did you say there was a...
You ready for third? Copy that.
Were we giving him a little bit of a pause because there's a lot of double, or somebody had to be picked
Well,
up?
both we had to do pickup.
Gotcha.
Attention under the paddock, let's go third call. Third and final call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and 350 GP. You folks are up right now. Again, it's third call. Third and final call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, Vintage Superbike Lightweight, and Sportsman 350. Third call for race number 11. Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, Formula 750, and Superbike Lightweight 350. Third call for race number 11. Seems like we've got back-to-backs and everyone, and we've also had to pick up after every race.
Yeah.
And
Everyone's pushing.
It's 2:30. We're all right.
Yep.
I mean, we're not going to run out of daylight.
No, no. It's been beautiful here too as it gets towards evening time the past couple nights. It's been absolutely lovely. But yeah, so while we are in a little bit of a stand down, let's go ahead and go check out some of our sponsors, go say hey to them.
As the riders get ready to take to the racetrack, here's how they're going to grid out, folks. For the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, sponsored by the International CBX Owners Association. On row number 1, it's going to be bike number 1R, Dennis Parrish. 117, David Kressel. 03, Jesse Davis. And 092, Alexander Cook. On row number 2, it's 045, Curtis Adams. 118, William Brennan. 31, Martin Jurasek. Row number 3, it's W13, Warren Wilson. 237, Matt Esterline. And 32Q, Dale Quarterly. For the Formula 750 field, sponsored by NYC Norton on row number 5, it's 1D, Mark Morrow, 17, Kenny Cummings, and 77Z, Dan Solkovich with bike number 114, Trip Noble. Row number 6, it's bike number 20, Brad Phillips, 731, Stan Keys, and 5S, Mark Morrison. And back on row number 7, it's 808, Michael Wilson, and bike number 75. For the Vintage Superbike Lightweight, presented by Jim Ike, on row number 9, it's 1C, Matthew Joy, 864, John Rickard, 551B, Jim Ike. And bike number 819, Lance Yeager. Row number 20, or row number 10 rather, it's bike 020, Jeff Nelson. 17W, Wayne Nineman. And bike number 426, Glenn Poulin. For the 350 Sportsman field, presented by Toadtown Racing, it's bike number, or row number 12, it's bike number 69M, David Miller. 1P, Eric Cook. C85, Simon Brown. And 31X, Stephen Hipp. Row number 13, it's bike number 33, Kevin Hipp. 072, Michael Murray. And 132, Greg Potter. Row number 14, it's bike number 76U, Luke Sayer. 88P, Jason Prang. And bike number 97R Ken DeBetlak. And then also on row 14 is 050 Zika Pires. Number 15 is 334 Scott Turner, 32X David Felpel, and 961 Stephen Miller. And then rounding out your field on row number 16 is 777 Joseph Wright and 787 James Pooler. That is your field here for race number 11. So the Vintage Superbike Heavyweight, sponsored by International CBX Owners Association. The International CBX Owners Association is the oldest Honda CBX club, and it is noteworthy that this is a single model motorcycle club. The Honda CBX CBX 6-cylinder motorcycle was only produced for 4 years and still has a very popular following. A variety of machinery up through the 82 model years based on showroom stock bikes can be seen out there. Race prepped 4-cylinder Japanese bikes in the 900 to 1000 cc range are out there. Unlimited displacement pushrod triples such as the Triumph Trident and BSA Rocket 3 are also legal to run in this class. Unlimited displacement twins, BMW, Moto Guzzi, and Harley Davidson are also out there, and even the 6-cylinder Honda CBX can be seen in this class for the Vintage Superbike Heavyweights. Formula 750 sponsored by NYC Norton. NYC Norton specializes in Norton Commando restoration and fabrication of complete Sealy-framed racing and performance street bike motorcycles, and bringing to life pedigree specials and customized motorcycles built around a multitude of engines and chassis combinations. They feature complete classic Norton motorcycles, restorations, upgrades, and custom builds, motor work, reliability modifications, and high-performance tuning. This class is for the 72 and earlier 600 and 750 cc 4-stroke machines up to 4 cylinders. They must be representative of race bikes of the era with fairings and low clip-on handlebars. Disc brakes and upgraded aftermarket frames are allowed. BSA, Triumph, Norton, Honda, Yamaha, Ducati, and BMW are all represented in this field. Vintage Superbike Lightweights is sponsored by Jim Ike. This is a variety of machinery up to the 1982 model year based on showroom stock bikes. Overhead cam singles, including Yamaha's TT500s and Honda Ascots, are out there. Overhead cam twins up to 470 cc's and pushrod twins up to 650 cc's are also represented. 4-cylinder bikes include this Honda CB 350 and 4 are out there with a maximum of 400 cc's available. The Sportsman 350 sponsored by Toad Town Racing. With over 30 years of experience, Toad Town Racing's Gary Swan is the go-to guy for British and Honda Twins race bikes for both dirt track and road racing. Services include engine building, race prep, fabrication, and more. Products available from Toad Town include race quality pistons, ignitions, bodywork, bike stands, and more. Visit them in the pits and look for bike number 59. For the 350 Sportsman class, these are 72 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. No fairings and drum brakes are required, and the field is usually dominated by the overhead cam Honda CB350s. That is your field here for race number 11. No surprise, bike number 3, Jesse Davis gets the jump on the field as he thunders down that front straightaway on into turn number 1. Couldn't quite tell who was that second place bike as everybody's starting to spread out single file out of turn number 1 over to 2. Now looking back towards the field here, looks like the Vintage Superbike lightweight field cleanly away themselves at the start of their race as they drop down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, race leader, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, making it look easy as he's already over into the braking zone for Charlotte's Web, while the rest of that first wave tries to reel it in. Third wave from the start-finish line thunders away themselves for the Sportsman 350 class. We'll wait till they come around to complete lap number 1 to get the full running order here in just a moment.
Alrighty, the very quick vintage superbike heavyweight class already starting to head back towards home. They are at turn 16 right now, heading towards 17, and now the front straight, our race leader.
Race leader, bike number 03, Jesse Davis, out onto the track as he starts his next lap. He's still being chased down by 32Q Dale Quarterly. Quarterly starting way back on row number 3. That's the same Dale Quarterly, I believe, from the Mutant Ninja Turtles racing from, I don't know, 30 years ago, sometime in the 90s, if I recall right. So he's still out here going fast, holding on to that second place, and it's 045 Curtis Adams rounding out your top 3. 117 David Crussell back there in 4th. Bike number 17, Kenny Cummings, rounding out the top 5. 114, Trip Nobles back there in 6th with 1D, Mark Morrow in the 7th place position. 31, Martin Jurasek back there in 8th. Bike number 5S, Mark Morrison in that 9th position. And bike number 77Z, Dan Slocovich, rounding out your top 10 as it looks like bike number 777 his race comes to an early end as he crashes out, looks like over in the turns 14 area. Rider is up and okay, but a tough break for 777 again as his race comes to an early end. That would be Joseph Wright. He started back on row number 16 as he doesn't quite complete one lap. Then it's still looking at 03, Jesse Davis out there leading with 32Q. Dale Quarterly trying to reel him in as they're working their way through the back section of the course right now.
If you're just now tuning in, thank you so much for joining us. This is race 11 of a 16 race day here at the 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival powered by BMW Motorrad. Over 600 entries today, massive grids. We kick off the racing today and tomorrow at 8:30 a.m. Woo! 9 straight hours of racing action, and that's just the road race program. Jay, they've got dirt racing here. There's vintage motocross and cross country and all sorts of stuff going on everywhere here.
The trials and the motocross back on the other end of the track down there. Their grids are, their paddock here is absolutely full.
Yep.
Race leader 03, Jesse Davis, down into the braking zone, still holding on leads. Meanwhile, 32, Dale Quarterly continues to try and chip away at his lead, but wasn't able to do much with it that last lap. Then it's going to be bike number 045, Curtis Adams, out there holding on to that 3rd place position. 117, David Crussell back there in 4th, and 17, Kenny Cummings rounding out your top 5 as once again Jesse Davis setting a blistering pace while he's got a clean track right now. Although I'm sure as we get to the closer to the halfway point here, I'm sure he's going to be encountering some lap traffic, and we'll see how that's going to shape up for the battle between he and Dale Quarterly as those guys run 1st and 2nd, working their way out of turn number 10 up the hill through 11 and over into 12 here, getting ready to start their next lap.
Let's take a gander at race monitor. Let's go check in. All of the stats you need, all the different classes, all the different times. This is what it looks like right now. Jesse Davis with a pretty smooth sailing, pretty decent lead going on right now in this race number 11. I want to just double check something and see if it was. So it is Kenny Cummings is in 1st place for his class of Formula 750 with Trip Nobles right behind him. And Mark Morrow, the very fast Mark Morrow, currently in 3rd, but I don't know if that's going to last for long because he is just quick. Mark Morrow, of course, one of our teachers, one of our instructors for our race school.
Yeah. He's still holding on to it. Looks like he's got a little bit of a lead over that 4th place rider, 5S Mark Morris. So, yeah. Out front, 03, Jesse Davis leading for the Vintage Superbike. Dale Quarterly still back there in that 2nd place position. 405, Curtis Adams back in 3rd. And then it's going to be 117, David Crussell in 4th. And then the bike number 17, Kenny Cummings rounding out your top 5. Looks like Kenny Cummings is leading for the Formula 750. He's being chased down by 14, Trip Nobles. And then bike number 1D, Mark Morrow, who's a rider school instructor and a racer for many, many years, holding on to that 3rd place position out there on his Formula 750 ride. That's going to be 31, Martin Jurasek back there in that 8th position. He's running for the Vintage Superbike field at 5S, Mark Morrison He's holding down that 4th place position, 9th overall for the Formula 750. And then bike number 77Z, Dan Slokovich, rounds out your top 10. He's rounding in that 5th place position for Formula 750 as Jesse Davis now still continuing to hold on to the lead as they should be coming up on halfway next time by. And there he goes. Green and white flags out for Jesse Davis, letting him know he's got 4 done and 4 left to go, with bike number 32, Dale Quarterly, still solidly back there in second. Quarterly hasn't been able to reel in Davis much on the opening laps, but now that the halfway flags are shown, this is where a lot of the races just kind of, I don't want to say they'll take it easy, but they'll run hard. But when they see that halfway flag and it gets to the second half of the race, I've seen racers really start to turn it up and work their way through the field. So we're going to see if that's going to happen with this battle between Davis and Quarterly as Jesse Davis working his way around some of the slower background markers as he works his way out of turn number 6 and 7 down that back straightaway. Not any issues at all. And then it's going to be 32Q Dale Quarterly's turn to try and get around them with bike 045. Curtis Adams still rounding out your top 5 or 3.
Kind of interesting. And Mark Morrow, I wanted to double check because I thought I remember that he's on a kind of a unique machine, and he is. He's on an RD 400 in this Formula 750 class. I just remember that totally stuck out to me.
Oh yeah.
Because he's that fast on something that is down displacement, although it is a 2-stroke.
Yeah. Attention out there in the paddock. Want to remind everybody tonight over in the fan zone, John Elefante from Kansas will feature, of Kansas, featuring 6-wire. Will be performing from 5 until 7 p.m. in the fan zone, located directly across from the lower swap meet area. Again, John Elefante of Kansas featuring 6-wire, performing in the fan zone this evening, later on this afternoon from 5 until 7 p.m. Track 03, Jesse Davis continues to lead. 32, Dale Quarterly, and bike number 117, David Crussell. But it looks like there's been a shakeup of a lead out there for the Formula 750 as 114, Trip Nobles, puts himself up on the top step of the box. Then it's bike number 17, Kenny Cummings, and 1D, Mark Morrow. That rounds out your top 3 here for the Formula 750 riders. So we'll see how that's going to shape up as we get closer to the white flag coming out here in just a couple of laps. Going on through the field, 7th place position is still 31 Martin Jurasek. 8th is bike number 20, Brad Phillips. 9th is 5S, Mark Morrison. And then bike number 77D, Dan Sokolich, still round out your top 10 as the rest of the field thunders by. Looks like that time by 03 Jesse Davis and 32 Dale Quarterly starting their next lap. White flag should be coming out next time by, so we'll see what's going to shape up with this battle as they are definitely working their way through traffic. Looks like Quarterly now within striking distance, just about 4 or 5 bike lengths adrift of 03 Jesse Davis as that duo works their way out of turn number 5, Charlotte's Web. Quarterly runs it a little bit wide, and that gives Davis the breathing room he needed to stretch out 10 to 12 bike lengths over Quarterly as they drive down that back straightaway and down into the museum turns once again. Meanwhile, Russell still holding on to that 3rd place position with Trip Nobles leading Kenny Cummings and Mark Morrow. So Morrow's sizing up Cummings to possibly step up onto the 2nd step of that podium for the Formula 750, while Jesse Davis continues to be stalked by Dale Quarterly as they work their way out of turn number 10 up into 11. Looks like Quarterly gets a great drive going up the hill themselves right on the tail section of Jesse Davis as they work their way over the crest of the hill there into 14 and 15. We're going to see if Davis is still able to hold on to the lead. Starter has a white flag in hand and waiting for either Davis or Quarterly to come back around onto the start-finish line to give them the signal that they're going to start their final lap. Waiting for them to come into view here in just a moment. And here they come. It is Quarterly. Dale Quarterly on 32Q pulled the trigger and puts himself up on the top step of the podium. So 03 Jesse Davis now has to figure out how to reel him in with 117 David Crussell right there. But that duo still has to work their way around quite a bit of traffic as they're working their way over. There's turn number 2 into 3. Here they come up out of turn number 3 down that little short chute as Quarterly tries to dive in around some of the back markers and manages to. Looks like Jesse Davis right there trying to hold on to him, and Quarterly once again runs it wide, and that allows Davis to get a good drive up over the crest of the hill. They're side by side as they flash past one of the back markers. It's a drag race down into that final turn over into turn number 7. Looks like Quarterly has the advantages as they set it up into 8 over into turn number 9. We'll see if Quarterly's still going to be able to hold on. That's where he made his move on that last lap with the white flag out. Attention in the paddock. Attention in the paddock. First call, race number 12. Next Gen Superbike 2, Sound of Thunder 3. First call, race number 12. First call, race number 12. Bike number 32Q, Dale Quarterly still holds the slimmest advantages, but looks like bike number 03, Jesse Davis, trying to reel him in. It looks like traffic is starting to present an issue with them as they're working through the final turns here, waiting for him to come out through turn number 17. Who's it going to be at the line? Looks like it's going to be 32, Dale Quarterly, just getting the better of his battle with Jesse Davis as he pulled the lap traffic strategy perfectly. Then it's going to be bike number, I believe it's going to be 117. David Crussell coming home back there in that unofficial third place position. And then I believe it's going to be Trip Nobles and Mark Morrow getting the better of his battle with Kenny Cummings. So put Mark Morrow unofficially up to the second step of the podium. That's not good.
I've got a bike that just pulled off track. It is over by the museum because I can see the Wall of Death booth right behind it. It's smoking, but the racer is up, standing not too terribly far from it. They're going to go inspect it and go check it out. Everyone is A-OK.
Attention to the paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for race number 12. Next Gen Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3 presented by Candy and John Sneed. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 12. Second call, race number 12. Next Gen Superbike 2, Sound of Thunder 3 presented by Candy and John Sneed. Second call, race number 12. To control.
Let's go see final results over on Race Monitor.
Are we looking for fluid?
Yes, we are, and do it makeup.
Copy that. I just put second down.
Ooh, an epic battle shaping up between Trip Nobles, Mark Morrow, and Kenny Cummings. Oof.
Yeah, Morrow got him. Morrow got him at the line. Actually, Morrow was leading it at the white flag, so.
Excellent racing going on out there. That was race number 11. Now let's go take a look at race 12. What's coming up next, Mr. J?
Next Gen Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3. Bottles of water back there, right?
There is. All right, you said next gen.
Superbike 2.
Next gen Superbike 2.
Does anyone have eyes on the referee?
Can you grab that radio? Thanks, buddy. All Super Bike 2. No. And Sound of Thunder 3. So this is the Little Thunder.
Yeah. Yeah.
This is the Mini Thunder class. All right, is that everybody? Yes, because this is a huge grid. Holy smokes. Alrighty. Race number 12. This is your next generation Superbike middleweight class, or Superbike 2. This is also Sound of Thunder 3. And I believe my flaggers bumped into my GoPro down there, so it is currently flickering. I'm just hoping to make it through the next 4 races. Technology. I know. I mean, I know I'm asking for it when I put it right near them because they're so active and they're moving around, but I love the shot, right?
Yeah.
Like, I want to have this behind the scenes because you can even see the flag flickering a little bit in front of the camera. So, it's a crapshoot. Sometimes you got to roll the dice. The things we do to get this media, right? So let's go ahead and chat about this next grid that is coming up. Do you want me to go ahead and read the card for it?
Yeah, if you would, please.
Yeah, of course. And next up, race number 12. This is Next Generation Superbike 2. This is a new class started in 2017 featuring early 1990s to early 2000s production machines taken from the showroom floor and modified into race bikes. Twin cylinder bikes up to 1000 cc's from Aprilia or Ducati. This is a 4-cylinder bikes, our 750cc models from Honda, Kawasaki, Suzuki, and Yamaha. This is the era when riders like Doug Chandler, Ben Bostrom, and Matt Gladden were U.S. champions. This also is the Sound of Thunder 3 class, sponsored by Candy and John Sneed. This is the smallest bikes of the 3 Sound of Thunder classes, comprised of a variety of twin-cylinder bikes, including the Harley XR 1200. Pushrod overhead valve machines to 1000 cc's, overhead cam engines with up to 3 valves per cylinder to 805 cc's, single overhead cam liquid-cooled V-twins to 750 cc, overhead cam liquid-cooled 4-valve engines, maximum of 650 cc. This is your Race 12 Next Generation Superbike 2 Sound of Thunder 3. Are we picking people up, or are we on a pause for purpose?
Well, they're checking that track for oil. That bike was over off in the museum turn. It was smoking, and I'm like, that's not smoke, that's oil.
Oh. Alrighty. Well, Jay just pointed out some good behind the scenes that bike that was smoking just a minute ago that we saw over on the the safety cameras was possibly leaking some fluid. So we're checking the track right now as we speak. So we've got a little bit of a timeout for just a hot second before we get these huge grids
Attention
for race
on the
12
paddock.
loaded out.
Let's go third and final call for race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2, and the Sound of Thunder 3 presented by Candy and John Sneed. You guys are up right now. Again, it's third and final call, Next Gen Superbike 2, and the Sound of Thunder 3 presented by Candy and John Sneed. If you folks want to bring them on up, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it's third and final call for race number 12, Next Gen Superbike 2 and Sound of Thunder 3. Bring them on up. The track is now yours. They don't have any oil out there, which is good.
Bill, do you want to pull those, or do you want me to run down? We got it covered.
I've taken down race 10, I'm bringing it up.
Don't take it down, just mark it under protest.
Copy.
Control start, our track is clean and dry. Become a racetrack.
Alrighty, if you're following along at home, I'm over checking the AHRMA page looking for you all. If you've got any questions, you can post over there in this live thread. I know it looks like there's a forest for some reason on this current live stream, but it's actually road racing.
As the riders get ready to take to the track for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, it's going to be 35R Scott Billings, 020 Jeff Nelson, 15R J.M. Padron, and 9Q Jim Parker. Row number 2, it's going to be 14 Brian Letterborough, 60 Eric Burrell, and bike number 399 Ben Baker. Row number 3 is going to be 67 Mark Roan, 640 Jay Letts, 22 Philip Johnson, and 4X Irvin Kolick. Row number 4, it's going to be 457 Robert Olivia, 784 Christopher Acaden, and 243 Steve Wilkening. And row number 5, it's going to be 111 Gary Orr for the Sound of Thunder 3, presented by Candy and John Sneed. On row number 7, it's going to be bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, 553 Paul Canali, and 811 Thomas Ryan, and 69M David Miller. Row number 8 is 97K Kevin Grimmel, 762 Shane Quigg, and 189 John Deucer. Row number 9 is 410 Nathan Jessup, 75M Daniel Miller, 1D Steve DeCamp, and 42N Nick Hargis. Row number 10 is going to be 6T Teddy Honan, 46 Bob Robbins, and 370 Brett Folkerts. Row number 11 is 242 Michael D. Roche, 2A Alex Spanos, 600 Bob Demetrius, and 901 Sean Bies. Row number 12 is 4A John MacArthur, 121 Rhett Horton, and bike number 899 Clifton Ginger. Row number 13, it's X16 Ray Call, 55T Eric Eads, 18T William Kasser, and bike number 059 James Rich. And then rounding out your field on row number 14, 576 Christian Jensen, and 49 Dale Quarterly. That's your field here for race number 12. Yeah, that's the same Dale Quarterly that just won the last race. Starting at the
Busy guy.
Starting at the back of the grid, too.
Martin Joseph, thanks for tuning into the program. I appreciate you.
Well, Brian's out there this time. Mr. Laraver decided to put his mothers back on.
Oh, he decided to go play.
Yeah, he's right there in that second row on number 14 in the red bike.
When you announced his name, I was actually going to say something and be like, I think he checked out, but he didn't.
I should have said Brian Laraver on bike number 14 being played by the Temptations. Part of Brian Laraver tonight will be played by the Temptations.
See everybody back there getting ready, getting into their grid positions. The board is sideways. They are going to be gone here in just 1 second. This is race number 12. Next gen, the Superbike Middleweight, or Superbike 2, and Sound of Thunder 3.
Starter has the boards up, waiting for the first wave to take off here in just a moment. Green flag waves, and it looks like it's bike number 20, Jeff Nelson, 15, J.R. Padron, getting a great start as the rest of the field works their way down in through turn number 1. Everybody starting to spread out single file. Looking back towards the Sound of Thunder 3 field as they all work their way off the start line. Looks like, I believe it's 80 Chris Hasemeyer getting the jump on the field, or it could have been Paul Canali. Couldn't quite tell from this distance, as the larger field for the Sound of Thunder 3 working their way through turn number 1, while the next gen Superbike 2 all working their way down into the braking zone of the Charlotte's Web over into turn number 5. Pass for the lead as a one bike works his way out of turn number 5. Looks like that second place rider is going to be bike number 6E, Eric Burrell. He started back there on that second row of the field, as he's easy to spot with his purple and yellow machine out there. as they're working their way down through turn number 9 at the moment. Somebody's over in turn number 2.
Something looks like somebody ran a little wide down there, but they are up and trying to dig themselves out of the gravel trap, but they're fine. Everyone's okay.
Race leaders out of the museum turns on up the hill, back over in through turns number 13, 14. Waiting to get that full running order here for you in just a moment when they come around to complete lap number 1. Race leaders out of 17, thundering down the front straightaway. It's going to be 6E, Eric Burrell, then 020, Jeff Nelson, bike number 15R, JM Padron, who had a bit of an off-track excursion earlier, holding himself into 3rd place here after the lap number 1 in this race. 784, Christopher Acaden back there in 4th, and 399, Ben Baker, rounding out your top 5. 111, Gary Orr back there in 6th. 14, Brian Larimer back in 7th. 35R, Scott Billings is in that 8th position. 457, Robert Oliveira back there at 9th, and 4X Kevin Coley rounding out your top 10 as Eric Burrell still continues to lead Nelson and the rest of the field as they work their way out of turn number 5 up over the crest of the hill through 6 and 7. Burrell gets a great jump and a great drive down that back straightaway, gapping out to about 12 to 14 bike lengths over the rest of the field as he leads them down in through turns number 8, 9, and 10 over by the museum one more time.
Let's take a gander at Race Monitor, friends. Here are your current stats. Yep, you're right. Brian Larimer did make it out there.
Oh yeah, he's yeah.
He decided to go racing for real. And
Bike
our
number 6E, Eric Burrell, still showing the fast way around the track as he leads the field up through turns number 13, 14, and 15 one more time. As J.M. Padron still holding on to that 3rd place position with Christopher Acaden right behind him, and everybody's starting to spread out single file. Here comes your race leader once again. It is 6E, Eric Burrell, about a half a front straightaway lead over Jeff Nelson on 020. Real battle shaping up there for that 3rd place position is 784 Christopher Caden up into 3rd with bike number 15R J.M. Padro and bike number 111 Gary Orr. All 3 of those guys were pretty much bunched together, so it's anybody's guess of who's going to stand on that 3rd step of the podium here for the next Gym Superbike 2 as Burrell works his way out of turn number 3 up over the crest of the hill down into 4 with Nelson back there at 2nd. Looks like, I believe it is Caden's still up there in that 3rd place position as everybody's starting to spread out single file and move around a little bit, working their way out of turn number 5 up over the hill for turn 6 one more time.
Something's going on 5. Do they run wide?
FDTV, which by the way stands for Fall Down Go Boom.
Oh, doesn't look like it though. They're still up on the track. Is he gonna? Oh, is he pushing himself?
No, push yourself out. Impact zone.
Gotcha. He's fine though. They're up. They're moving around. Let's go take a look at Race Monitor again. See where we're at.
Bike number 6E, Eric Burrell, still holding on to the lead with 02 Jeff Nelson. Then at 784, Christopher Caden is solidly up there in 3rd. The battle is shaping up for 15R J.M. Padron and 111 Gary Orr as they round out your top 5 as Burrell once again feeling his rhythm. Here comes the Caden, rather. Christopher Caden closing in on the brakes on 020 Jeff Nelson as they dive down into Charlotte's Web. So Caden feeling racy here as we're coming up next time for halfway, next time by. So Christopher Caden on 784 certainly eyeing up that 2nd step of the podium for the next Gen Superbike field. Let's take a look on back Looking on back through the field, trying to see how the Thunder 3 field is doing. 11th overall, it's bike number 49, Dale Quarterly, leading that one. Not surprising, he started all the way from the back of the field. And this is his second race, as he just won the race previous to this one. But it's going to be bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, right there behind him. And then you have to go a couple more spots back till you see 75M, Daniel Miller. That's the top three for the Sound of Thunder 3. While up front, it is still Eric Burrell leading. But Jeff Nelson and Christopher Caden shaping up a battle themselves for that second step of the podium. As the field once again thunders down the front straightaway. Oh, we got a bit of a shakeup that last lap. 0-2-0, Jeff Nelson up front with 784. Christopher Caden back there in second. What happened to 6E, Eric Burrell? He continues to drop down the leaderboard, but I don't see anybody down on the track out there, so I'm guessing he must have suffered a mechanical somewhere on the track. So tough break for 6E. Eric Burrell, as his bike gives up the ghost on him on the lead while leading this race. So move Jeff Nelson up to that first place position. 784, Christopher Caden right there. So the battle now becomes for the lead between Nelson and Caden, with Gary Orr back there in third, 15 J.M. Padron in fourth, and 399 Ben Baker rounding out your top five as the field sees the halfway flags right now. Meanwhile, looking back to the Sound of Thunder 3 field, looks like 88, Chris Hasemeyer has managed to work his way back around in front of 49, Dale Quarterly on that last lap. Hasemeyer having a little bit fresher legs as Quarterly deep into the second stint, or the second race he's run in a row here. As I'm sure that even though it's a beautiful day out there, you got to feel it's got to be getting hot and tired wrestling these bikes around for basically what is essentially 12 laps in a row, as the laps continue to click down. Meanwhile, Jeff Nelson still holding on to the slimmest advantages over Christopher Caden, but Caden's now high in that position and may see himself up on the top of the leaderboard here in just a moment. At the line, it is 784. Christopher Caden managed to use some of the back markers in his advantage to put himself up on the top step. And bike number 111, Gary Orr, came with him. So Orr right up there in second with 0-2-0. Jeff Nelson back there in third. So a bit of a shakeup on that last lap. We'll see if Orr's going to be able to use the traffic to his advantage and see if he can get himself up onto the top step of the podium, as Caden once again dives down into the braking zone with Gary Orr on 111 right there behind him at 0-2-0. Jeff Nelson back a little bit there in third as he's watching it all unfold in front of him. Meanwhile, 15R, J.M. Padron certainly there within striking distance. Might be able to put himself up on the podium if Nelson isn't careful, while Caden continues to lead this one with Gary Orr now stalking him. Everybody's seeing halfway, so whatever happens, this race should be complete. Looking on back through the field for the Sound of Thunder 3, 88, Chris Hasemeyer continues to lead over Dale Quarterly. That's first and second, as those guys are back running 8th and 9th overall respectively. Meanwhile, 111 Gary Orr continues to try and find a way around Christopher Caden on his bike, and Caden's certainly trying to make his bike as wide as a gold wing, or maybe even a trike, as he's trying to keep Gary Orr behind him as they're working their way through the back section right now.
He's using that ride wide technique.
Orr continues to try and figure it out and can't quite make the pass, but here they come across the start-finish line as Orr takes a look up the inside and thinks the better of it. So Gary Orr still on 111 back there in second place with 784 Christopher Caden diving down into turn number one. Meanwhile, 15R J.M. Padron put him up onto the third step of the podium after that last lap, with bike number 020 Jeff Nelson slipping back one more position in fourth at 399. Baker still rounding out your top five. Here's your leaders down into the brake zone for turn number 5. Orr still about a bike length adrift of Christopher Caden as they're working their way out of 3. Looks like Caden goes a little wide. That gives Orr the opportunity he was looking for as he opens the throttle on that bike, rose up through the gearbox, put Gary Orr up on the top step of the podium. So now it's going to be 784. Christopher Caden's turn to try and chase down Orr with bike number 15R. J.M. Padron back there in third. 020 Jeff Nelson trying to claw his way back onto the podium as white flag should be coming out this next time by. Meanwhile, for the Sound of Thunder 3, looks like Dale Quarterly has managed to get back in front of ADH Chris Hasemeyer, so put Quarterly back on the top step of the podium for the Sound of Thunder 3. As the battle for the Next Gen Superbike 2 continues to rage on as the leaders working their way up the hill here one more time.
I mean, this is just an absolute grudge match.
Oh,
This
these
is going to
guys.
be so gnarly this last lap. Gary Orr is officially trying to give me a heart attack.
Looks like Christopher Caden is, like I said, back there in that second place. Gary Orr across the start-finish line, seeing the white flag. Then Caden back there in second. Padron still holding on to that third place position as the white flag comes out for these riders. Let's go first call. First call for race number 13. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You folks will be up in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 13. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. First call, race number 13, first call.
Just an absolute nest of those leaders going into that turn 5, that hairpin that I keep talking about, and now there's just a drag race going down this middle straight.
Looks like bike number 111, Gary Orr, was able to use some of that lap traffic here on that last lap as he's got himself some breathing room out of turn number 5 up over the hill of turn 6 and down that back straightaway. 784, Christopher Caden is back there still in that second place position with 15R, J.M. Padron, as Orr works his way up the hill one more time. Oh, looks like Padron might have gotten around to Caden on that lap. Not sure if Caden got checked up over in turn number 10 and 11 or might have had a moment, but I believe J.M. Padron worked his way out of past Caden there over into 12. We'll get a confirmation of that as they come around here. The wire checkered flag in hand with the starter waiting for Orr to come around one more time as he's still working his way through the back section of the course. Here he comes. It is going to be 111. Gary Orr taking the unofficial win. Second place is going to belong to, I believe, it is J.M. Padron, who just nipped 784 Christopher Caden at the line by about a half a wheel on that one. As it was, Padron took advantage of the situation on that previous lap and made the pass stick. Then it looks like it's going to be bike number 49, Dale Quarterly, over bike number 88, Chris Hasemeyer, for the unofficial first and second for Sound of Thunder 3. With the exciting conclusion of this one, let's go second call. Second call for race number 13. Second call, race number 13. Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. Second call for race number 13. Thruxton Cup Challenge presented by NOLA Riding Academy. Phillips Island Challenge presented by Wilkinson Racing. Formula 500 presented by Vintage Moto USA. And Sportsman 750 presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises. Again, second call for race number 13, second call.
At race monitor for this race number 12. Gary Orr squeaking by. Oh my God, a nail biter. Great racing in this Next Gen Superbike 2 class. Excellent, excellent racing all the way around. And you'll see some of the other of this Sound of Thunder 3 statistics as well. Some very exciting racing out there, Mr. J. What'd you think about that? Saving it for the last lap.
Yeah, that was amazing. That's what this class is all about, man. These guys are flying out there. We've gotten into the second half of the program, and like you said, we were running some of the older bikes up front, so that was a little bit slower races. Now we're bringing up the more modern bikes, and they're really setting a fast pace.
Definitely, definitely. So we're heading into race number 13.
Yep, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. This will be a good one.
Yep.
Sound of Thunder 2 is going to be race number 14. That's going to be another fast race right there, too. So
So let's go ahead and grab these graphics for this next race coming on out here. And don't forget, if you all are watching along at home, first of all, thanks for tuning in. We appreciate you guys clicking, liking, and then please do share this feed, this live stream with your friends and pages out here on the interwebs.
Announced to control.
We've got a handful more very exciting racing coming on here, including Thruxton Cup Challenge.
Copy that. I know we got back-to-backs too, so I'm still on second. Just when I need to go third.
And Phillip Island.
I should have too, but I'm having an argument.
I know one of them, he's not coming in the picture.
I copy that. One of our back-to-backs is no longer back-to-back. He's stuck out on the track.
Oh. Somebody that had a little ride wide. Formula 500.
Oh, there he goes. Let's see.
Alrighty, Phillip Island, Thruxton Cup, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. There it is. Let's move here a little bit. There we go. Alrighty, gang. So again, Jay, an altogether very exciting day. We're in the home stretch. We've had a marathon race session out here. I keep mentioning it, but over 1,600 entries for this 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival, powered by our friends at BMW Motorrad. A huge day. Day one of 2 awesome road racing days. We'll be back here at it again tomorrow morning, bright and early, kicking it off at 8:30. I am breaking these streams into 2 parts. So make sure you go ahead and hit that notifications on button. Go ahead, like the AHRMA page. That way you get the notifications for when we do go live. I will open up the camera for the road racing at 8:30. We'll go for a couple of hours until the lunch break. Then I close it down, and then we open up and show you some of the dirt racing that's been going on this weekend. And then I come back after lunch and we stream the second half of the road racing session. So there are multiple streams going on throughout the course of the day. I don't want you to miss any of this awesome racing action that's going on here. That being said, though, it's not just racing here at Barber Vintage Festival. The museum is out of control. It is super, super crazy. It is the largest privately held motorcycle collection in the United States. It's 4 or 5 stories of just awesomeness. You should definitely put that on your bucket list. If you've never been here, you have to come here next year. This is an excellent good time. There's tons of vendors, there's demo trucks, great food.
Let's go.
The
Third
Wall
call.
of Death is
Third
here.
final call. Race
There's
number 13,
bike shows.
Thruxton Cup
The
Challenge.
swap meet is
Phillips Island
epic.
Challenge, Formula 500,
It's just, it's
and
one of the
Sportsman
best
750. Again, it's third call.
vintage
Third final
vintage
call.
motorcycle weekends
Race number
in the
13,
country,
Thruxton
hands
Cup
down.
Challenge, Phillips
And of
Island
course,
Challenge,
this
Formula
racing all
500,
powered by the
and
folks over
Sportsman
at
750.
AHRMA. You
guys
can
are
get
right
all
now.
the
It is
information
third
and all of
call.
our
Third final
schedules
call.
over at
Thruxton Cup Challenge,
arma.org.
Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. Third call, race number 13. Sorry about that.
No worries. I know you gotta holler at them.
Yeah. As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up for race number 13. Sponsored by the NOLA Riding Academy. On row number 1, it's 1A, Clint Austin, 76X, Patrick McGraw, 553, Paul Canale, and 69B, Matthew Estelle. Row number 2, it's 69A, Carl Estelle, 044, Jonathan Devine, and 81X, Wilkinson. Then on row number 3, it's 851, Sean Guy, R73, Greg Levicki, 42, Scott Cuban, and 737, Alexander Nicole. Row number 4, it's 858, Charles Steinman, and 36, Greg Gionis. Bike number 385, Edward Blount. And row number 5, on 593, it's Dustin Fortich. For the Phillips Island Challenge, presented by Wilkinson Racing, row number 7, it's 515, Jeremy Madrill, 427, Kyle Boisclair, and W13, Warren Wilson. For the Formula 500, presented by Vintage Moto USA, on row number 9, it's 77C, Dan Solkovich, 1D, Mark Morrow. 074, Eric Lucart. And bike number 129, R. Ray Hickman. Row number 10, it's 808, Michael Wilson. Row 10, it's 808, Michael Wilson. 5S, Mark Morrison. And 26Y, Arch York. Row number 11, it's 662, Mark Williams. 709, Joe Ackley. 304, Kevin Dismore. And 52, Kayla Fiesler. For the Sportsman 750, presented by MAP Cycle Enterprises, back on row number 13, it's 237, Matt Esterline. 24, Grant Spence. 839, Michael Dixon. And 700, Cameron Crockett. Row number 14, it's 736, Stephen Pettinger. 451, Randy Ingisi. Then 171, Chris Marlowe. Row number 15, it's 92, Steve Inner. R58, Pete Byer, and 42N, Nick Hargis. That is your field here for race number 13. So for the Phillips Island Challenge, sponsored by Wilkinson Racing, this class is designed to allow entrants of Team USA to have a place to race and exhibit the machinery in preparation for the International Challenge held annually at the Phillips Island Classic in Phillips Island, Australia. The Thruxton Cup Challenge, sponsored by NOLA Racing Academy in Clint, Austin. Clint is the owner of NOLA Riding Academy, won the Thruxton Cup Challenge in 2019 and 2020. His other accomplishments in 2020 also include winning the SOT1, SOT2, and BOT2.
Sorry, friend.
What's going on?
Turn down.
Oh.
Sorry, buddy.
When not racing, Clint can be found teaching new riders to ride on both 2- and 3-wheeled motorcycles in New Orleans, Louisiana, and Gulfport, Mississippi. You may also find him wrenching or selling used motorcycles. Additionally, they are authorized to ride helmet dealers, so if you're in the need for a new ride, tell Clint you're an AHRMA racer to get a discount. Open to the class, the Thruxton Challenge is open to lightly modified Triumph Thruxtons and Harley-Davidson Sportsters. Thruxtons are limited to air-cooled 865cc twins produced up through 2015. For the Formula 500 field, sponsored by Vintage Moto USA, this class is for 72 and earlier 2- and 4-stroke machines up to 500 cc's based on an index of performance. This class includes 2-, 3-, and 4-cylinder bikes, both purpose-built racers and converted street bikes. The machine must be representative of the era with fairings and low clip-on style handlebars. Dual disc front brakes are allowed. For the Sportsman 750 field or class, sponsored by MAP and Cycle Enterprises and Marino Pema. These are 1972 and earlier street bike-based 4-stroke machines. A new addition to the class for 2015 was the single overhead cam Honda CB 754s, ready to take on the class-dominating twins, which were the Yamaha XS 650s. No fairings, but front disc brakes are allowed. Japanese, British, and Italian German bikes are on the track for this field. This is the race here for race number 13. Waves here for the start of the race. Looks like 76X. Patrick McGraw gets just a little bit of a jump on the field, but it's bike number 1A Clint Austin with 553. Paul Canale sweeping around the outside, first and second to lead the rest of the field. Meanwhile, looking back up on the grid, the second wave cleanly away. This is the Formula 500 field as they rocket down the front straightaway and down into turn number 1 to start their race. Meanwhile, the Thruxton Cup and Phillips Island Challenge bikes are already up over the crest of the hill. Looks like 1A Clint Austin leading the field as he dives down into the braking zone into Charlotte's Web. Then it's going to be in Sportsman 750. That's your third wave as they rocket across the start-finish line to start their race as 1A Clint Austin shows the rest of the field a fast way around for the Thruxton Cup Challenge and the Phillips Island Challenge bikes.
Yep. So I love this Thruxton Cup class. You know, speaking of, you know, like the CB160 is a little bit more of like an accessible.
Oh! One rider getting into the race right on the crest of the hill over into turn number 4 as he endos the bike right down. Crimson.
Yep.
Yeah, Crimson. Crimson.
That's definitely going to be a red flag. That was a pretty dramatic, but he's sitting up. I think he's going to be all right, but the bike really kind of yard sailed, and I bet you they have
Crimson
to go
flag
pick
out
up
on
parts.
this one is one of the riders crested over the hill. Not sure if he got his brake lever into one of the other bikes or what happened, but he endoed right at the crest of the hill going down into Charlotte's Web as the bike cartwheels. Looks like the rider is getting up. Everybody in there at Paddock needs to give him a round of applause because that was a heck of a ride he just took here in front of everybody. That was not fun to watch.
No,
but it's good to see that he's up and moving over to the side of the track himself. Stay tuned. We'll get everything reset here in just a moment. I'll let you guys know what we're going to do as soon as I can get the information ourselves.
So again, let's take just 1 second. We're going to have to go ahead and re-grid everybody, I would bet, because this was pretty early into this race and it's a red flag. So I'm pretty sure they're going to get everybody back and re-gridded. They probably have to go pick up a couple of parts. That racer is okay. He got up, he brushed himself off, he walked off, but it was real dramatic, and I think they're gonna have to go pick up some parts and make sure that there wasn't any fluid or anything on the track. So they're gonna take just a hot second. I just wanted to go ahead and click on this guy to show you the map that we are talking about here all day long, right? So this is what the track actually looks like. So you can see that we are at the tower, which is that big building at the very top area. That's literally where we're sitting right now. So that would be your front stretch and the turns, and then I'm showing on the cameras this kind of middle part of the track and then the front straight, because the cameras are all set up on the roof of the tower. That's right, I climbed up on the roof yesterday and put cameras up there. So that's why you're getting these great big huge wide shots and where they're coming from, and when there's kind of flags draping in front of them, it's because they're literally on the very roof of this 4-story building that I climbed up on top of and put cameras up there. But that's what's going on here. It's a huge event, a huge weekend. Just everything you can imagine is here. Swap meet, racing, road racing, dirt racing, tons of food. There's music at night. They have bands coming in. One of the original members of the band Kansas is playing tonight. All sorts of rad stuff. This is one of a handful of classic moto fests hosted by AHRMA. And then the other ones are very, very similar in theme to this, where it's like everything. It's dirt racing, it's road racing, it's music, it's all sorts of stuff. And even at Topeka this past spring, we even had drag racing, which was a hoot. Tons of grudge matches, tons of ridiculous machines, sidecars racing, two-wheeled machines, mini bikes racing, pit bikes racing. Very, very fun, very cool event. For all of our schedules, you can go check out arma.org. So let's head back down trackside. I think they got everybody up. It looks like they might have transported whoever had a little bit of a tumble out there because the ambulance is moving, the lights are flashing, but they're not in a huge hurry. And like I said, that person got up on their own steam. So I think they're just gonna go check them out and make sure that everybody's okay. Let's see what else I had loaded into this computer. I know I had the schedule up, and then what else is in here? So I had the map going. Oh, a little video of some of the drag racing, like I said, happened at Topeka. Look at this. Sidecar versus, I don't know what that's, a go-kart. Head-to-head out there. I think that's crossroads. We did some drag racing out at Topeka. It's not just road racing for sure. It's also tons and tons of beautiful, beautiful dirt bikes. Always show up. Some of the best dirt bikes show up to our race weekends here at AHRMA. That beautiful Penton that I unfortunately put
Grade 5.
Attention out there in the paddock. We're going to get this race number 13 back underway here. It will be a 6-lap sprint race now. Everybody will come back around to complete, to take their original grid position. So out front, row number 1, 1A Clint Austin, 76X Patrick McGraw, 553 Paul Canelli, and 69B Matthew Estelle. Row number 2 is 69A Carl Estelle, 044 Jonathan Devine, and 81X Wick Wilkinson. Row number 3 is 851 Sean Guy, R73 Greg Levicki, and 42 Scott Cuban with 737 Alexander Nicoli out there. Row number 4 is 858 Charles Steinman, 36 Greg Gionis, and bike number 385 Edward Blount. And on row number 5, it's going to be 593 Dustin Fortich for the Phillips Island Challenge Machine presented by Will Wilkinson Racing. It's going to row number 7, 515 Jeremy Maduro, 427 Kyle Boyce Claire, and bike number W13 Warren Wilson. For the Formula 500 field, back on row number 9 is 77Z Dan Solkovich, 1D Mark Morrow, and 074 Eric Lucard, 129 Ray Hickman. Row number 10 is 808 Michael Wilson, and 5S Mark Morrison with 26 wide Arch York. Then on row number 11 is 662 Mark Williams, 709 Joe Ackley, 304 Kevin Dinsmore, and 52 Kayla Thiesler. And rounding out your field here in the final wave on the Sportsman 750 field. Row number 13 is 237 Matt Esterline, 27 Grant Spence, 839 Michael Dixon, and 700 Cameron Crockett. Row number 14 is 736 Stephen Pettinger, and 451 Brady Ingles, and 171 Chris Marlowe. Row number 15 is going to be 92 Steve Inner, R58 Pete Dyer, and 42 in Nick Hargis. That is your field here for race number 13, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. Attention out there in the paddock, the parade lap ticket holders. Staging for you guys will start here in probably about an hour or so over through the gate 5 in the paddock. So those that have parade lap ticket holders, you guys will start staging here about an hour, maybe a little bit more over in the gate 5 area in the paddock here for the road races. So keep that in mind as you're enjoying the festivities out there. Over, whether you're checking out the wall of death or the globe of death, or out through the swap meet. If you're a parade lap ticket holder here, probably about an hour or so, maybe a little longer, we'll be giving you guys a call and having you stage up over here in gate 5 in the road race paddock. So keep that in mind as you're enjoying the day. Right now, we're getting the regrid or gridding up again to complete race number 13.
Did you happen to catch who that was that had that?
I did not get a number, which is weird because usually I can. I can't run a number out of them. It's one of the reasons I don't like sitting away from control, because it makes my job so much easier.
Well, it'll be probably pretty obvious here in a second when the.
Well, I'll be honest with you, I miss my buddy Ted Van Lanningham. As the green flag waves, 5:33, Paul Canelli gets the jump this time. Got a rocket start, holding about a 2-bike length lead over bike number 1A, Clint Austin, as those two work their way down through turn number 1. And one rider not able to make turn number 1. Looks like we've got another issue out there. One rider down, actually a couple of riders down over in turn number 1. So I think we're probably going to, have to Crimson Adventure this one more time and see what we've got going on here.
Well, it does look like, as Jay had mentioned, and on our security camera we can see it. Unfortunately, I can't show it to you, but so there was somebody that ran off track, and then I think somebody either stopped to make sure they were all right, but there's 2 bikes pulled over.
Nope, they're bringing in the gate.
So they calling it?
Oh yeah, we've got the 2 down here and 1.
Yeah, several bikes down in one.
No Okay, looks like once again we've got a Crimson Adventure, and it appears that we're going to send the bikes back. Not sure if we're going to hold them here on the grid or what we got going on. Hang on.
So unfortunately, it looks like a couple of bikes might have gotten tangled up over in turn one. One racer is back up.
Okay, looks like we're sending the grid back to their pit position. So, guys from race number 13, when you get back to the grid, stay close to your bikes because I'm not sure it'll take us too long to clean this one up. And we'll roll a full 3 calls. When you guys get back to your pits, you can put the bike up on the stand. Hopefully it won't take us too long to get this one cleaned up, and we'll roll a first, second, and third call once we get the situation addressed out there. So again, riders for race number 13, you guys are headed back to your pits. Put your, just maybe throw the bike up on a race stand, but stay close to it because I don't think this will take too long to get this cleaned up. And when we'll go first 3 calls.
And that racer is back
We're gonna pull
up,
this
so
race
we're.
in today. We'll start calling for race 14 with control social county.
Okay, all right.
Yep, and all those racers that had that little incident in turn one, everybody's fine. Everybody's up, moving around. Everybody looks good. They just got to get these bikes out of the gravel. And it was somebody in this Thruxton Cup, because it's a Thruxton that they're just picking up right now. I think they're going to give somebody the look over, but he's walking around. He's fine. And it was the 81X of Wick Wilkinson. But he's fine. They're loading the bike right now, and they're going to check him out. So it sounds like we are going to go on ahead and move on to race 14. I don't know if we're going to just consider race 13 done in the last order of completed laps. Occasionally that does happen. Unfortunately, we have a super tight and very busy schedule today. So I'm not sure if we're going to let them have more than the 2 red flags. We might be putting a pin in it and just awarding the points in the order that the last completed lap happened. I'm not totally sure. I'm going to wait on race control for that information, but I believe they're starting to call for race number 14 already, just to get everybody out and give everybody the chance to race today, because it already is 3:40. We have to wrap this up around 5, so we've only got about another hour and some change to get through 3 more races, which isn't impossible, and it's going to definitely happen, and then we're all going to find out together what's going to happen to this race 13 or not. So that's the information I have for you. This is our very it's not that messy. It doesn't look that bad on camera. We're real people, and we have water and snacks and things up here. We got to keep ourselves going. It's a very long day, from 8:30 a.m. until about 5 p.m. of constant race action and announcing. Even during lunch, they had the cycle. Oh, what was it called? The cycle. No, the Century Parade Lap, and they brought out a bunch of bikes from the AMCA, Anti-Horseman Club of America. They brought those bikes out, and they all did a lap on these 100-year-old, very cool machines. And then Mary McGee was supposed to come out, but did not, to do her parade lap. BMW had their BMW owners specific parade lap that they were encouraged to sign up for as a little special treat for BMW being the title sponsor of the Barber Vintage Festival. They had those folks out there. We had a lap of honor for Luke Connor. We had the Premier Cup class race. That was just during lunch. We fit all that in. So it's been nonstop crazy race action all day long, and there's going to be more tomorrow. So make sure you hit notifications on. You're not going to want to miss it. We are doing these streams in multiple pieces. Because I can't leave the camera open all day long, because we have to show you some dirt racing too, right? So we have to go. I closed down for a little bit during that lunchtime, so we've got a little bit of the stuff going on here, but not too much. And then we show you some dirt stuff during lunch. So make sure you hit notifications on.
Get bumped to the end of the day. So again, we're bumping race 13 back to the end of the day. Race number 14, you guys are on first call right now. Sound of Thunder 2. You'll be up in just a moment as our next race. Again, race 13, you guys are going to get bumped to the end of the day. Race 14, Sound of Thunder 2. You guys are on first call right now. Again, first call for Sound of Thunder 2. Race 14.
And as you heard the man say, we are going to go ahead and we're going to just put a pin in race 13 until the end of the day to see if we can go ahead and fit that back in. We're going to move on to race 14. So let me go get these grids ready. So that was a little bit of a surprise.
Paddock. Let's go second call. Second call for Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Boulder Motorsports. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call. Second call for race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2. You'll be up here in just a moment. Second call. Second call, race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2, second call.
There it is. Thunder 2. And what else am I missing? You right over there? Do you need some water?
I think we still got one more behind us.
Okay.
This
All right.
happens to me every time when I do a 3-day weekend and I've got to talk a lot.
Yeah, it's tough.
Close to it now.
It's tough for sure. All right, so this is race 14. This is Sound of Thunder 2. There's just one class in this race because woo-wee is a ton of people. It is a whopping, oh my lord. This is 52 racers on this grid. Holy smokes. So it's just one class. I'm going to go ahead and read this Sound of Thunder, the intro thing. Is that okay?
Yeah, go for it. Well, hang on a second. Hang on. Give me about 30 seconds because I need to do 30 here in just a moment.
Yeah.
And you'll never get through it all in time.
Alrighty, I'm gonna let him go ahead and call third call for these folks so they know to get over to the staging area.
Attention out there in the paddock. Looks like we've got the situation addressed. As we said, for race number 13, we're going to move you guys to the end of the day. So this is going to be third call. Third and final call for race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2. You folks are up right now. If you want to pull the tire warmers off the bikes and bring them on down, we'll send you out for your hot lap. Again, it is third call. Third and final call, Sound of Thunder 2. You guys are up right now. Again, third call. Third and final call, Sound of Thunder. Bring them on up. Third call for race number 14. Going on. Good.
And this is race number 14 of a 16 race program today here at the 16th annual Barber Vintage Festival powered by BMW Motorrad. This is the Sound of Thunder 2, sponsored by Boulder Motorsports and Brian Sharp. Since 2006, Boulder Motorsports has specialized in high-quality Ducati service and performance with one-on-one customer service. They provide knowledgeable information and comprehensive service solutions for Ducati enthusiasts and racers, housing one of the largest and most comprehensive Ducati parts inventories in the entire United States. They cover everything from performance upgrades to simple hardware and maintenance items. Boulder's tents can be seen in the paddock today, so if you are a Ducati owner or just a fan, make sure you stop by and go chat with the folks from Boulder Motorsports. The Sound of Thunder 2 is open to any of AHRMA's Sound of Singles or Motard motorcycles. Liquid-cooled twins to 850cc, unlimited air-cooled twins, 3-cylinder machines to 675cc, like the Triumph Speed Triple, and two strokes up to 250cc. This is your race 14.
This is one of the largest race fields we're going to see here today. Let's go through the grids. On row number 1, 1A Clint Austin, 111 Gary Orr, 880H Chris Hasemeyer, 1253, 553 Paul Canale. Then it's going to be bike number 762 Shane Quigg, 41D Brian Dabrowski, and bike number 9X Kevin Calloway. Row number 3, it's 9T Nate Kern, 189 John Deucer, 660 John Beldock, and 15R JM Padron. Then it's going to be bike number row number 4, it's 329 Matthew Crabtree, 370 Brett Volkerts, and 14 Brian Larabro. Row number 5, it's 46 Bob Robbins, 117 David Crusoe, 090 Arch York, and 60 Eric Burrell. Row number 6, it's bike number 60K Rob Wines, R73 Greg Glavicki, and 75M Daniel Miller. Row number 7 is 221M John McCauley. Back on row number 10, it's 6T Teddy Honan, 796 Paul Vance, 811 Thomas Ryan, and 781 Paul Nelson. Row number 11 is bike number 90 Lee Trolla. Bike number 410, Nathan Jessup in 69M, and David Miller. Back on row number 12 is 45C, Carl Cohen. 94, Ryan Rader, and 033, Kevin Madigan, with 25, Frank Schoenbach. On row number 13, it's 4A, Jonathan MacArthur. 901, Sean Beese, and X16, Ray Call. Row number 14 is bike number 90, Lee Trolla. 121, Rhett Horton. 899, Clifton Ginger, and 18T, William Kazzer. Row number 15, it's 878, Peter Kosakis. 509, Robert Cole, and 917, Lorraine Crussell. Back on row number 19, it's 41, James Mayo. 341, Jerry Pellegrino. 42, Scott Cubans, and 328, Jim Rosinski. Row number 20, it's 2A, Alex Spanos. 66, Chuck Crocco, and 9Q, Jim Barker. Row number 21 is bike number R9, Alfredo Braca. 221C, Benedetto Cardella. 2X, Tim Connor, and 53, Mike Robinson Jr. And then on the final row, back in row number 22, it's 21, Pat Wilkening, and 61K, Kyle Anderson. That is your field here for race number 14, Sound of Thunder 2, presented by Barber Motorsports.
I'm fairly confident we just cleared the paddock. I think this
Yeah.
is literally everybody at Barber is racing today.
It's going to take a while just to grid them up.
I know it is. This is everybody. This is all the things, all of the bikes.
Just give me 4 clean laps, guys. That's all I want.
That's all I want.
4
I know,
clean
right?
laps. Once again, one of the largest grids we've got here today in Sound of Thunder 2. These are going to be some fast bikes moving through the traffic out there as we're getting everybody gridded up in anticipation of the start. Want to let everybody know the museum is open until 6 p.m. this evening and also open from 8 till 6 tomorrow. So if you haven't had a chance to get over there and check out the museum, still a couple hours left today to do it and all day tomorrow. We encourage you to make sure you budget enough time to check out all the cool machinery over at the Barber Vintage Motorsports Museum. This might be a one-way start. I don't see any waves on here. They put safety brakes in there, but not a wave.
No, this is everybody. This is just going for it. So let's go trackside for my flagger cam out there. Because these bikes are going to be hauling the mail here in 2 seconds.
Boards
Away they
up.
go.
One-way start. It looks like Ryan Dabrowski from that second wave really drops the hammer and takes off down up through the center as everybody working their way through turn number 1, kind of gingerly trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow as the bikes work their way over through turn number 2. Here they come up the crest of the hill, out over the top of the hill, down into Charlotte's Web in the braking zone. One rider getting the breakaway. Like I said, I think that was Dabrowski from the second row, although it might be 9X Kevin Calloway. Couldn't quite tell, but whoever it is, they are putting their head down and checking out on the rest of the field, not wasting any time as the mid-pack passing all and on as everybody streams through Charlotte's Web. Everybody cleanly through there. One rider getting a little wide over there, but gets it gathered back up as they're working their way down through that back straightaway. Meanwhile, race leader all the way out of turn number 9 over to 10 on his way back up the top of the hill, waiting for him to come into view as there he is. Several bike length lead over that second, third, and fourth place rider as the top 4 have started to sort themselves out single file up over through the roller coaster section, over through 13, 14, and turn 15. We'll get the full running order for you in just a moment when they complete lap number 1.
Yeah, I don't know who this is, but whoever the leader is on rails.
Yeah.
Holy smokes. It doesn't even look like it's the same class. They're just hauling.
Here they come, race leader across the line, my mystery rider. It's 19, Nate Kern, and then it's going to be 9X Kevin Calloway and 41D Brian Dabrowski. So Kern really
That would be why.
really set to redeem himself after finishing off the podium in his last race. This time he wastes absolutely no time getting out front, and Callaway's back there in second. Dabrowski's in third. Gary Orr on 111 is fourth, and 88 Chris Hasemeyer rounds out your top 5 with 762 Shane Quigg back there in 6th, 553 Paul Canale in 7th, 1A Clint Austin in 8th, 660 John Beldock in 9th, and 46 Bob Robbins rounding out your top 10 as everybody's starting to spread out in single file now, working their way out of, well, I guess the leaders already over in 10, but we still got bikes streaming out of 2 and 3, working their way down to the braking zone for Charlotte's Web. So obviously Kern is going to encounter lap traffic probably even before he hits halfway or right around the point where he hits halfway as he leads Callaway and Dabrowski out of turn number 10, 11, over into 12 and 13. Looks like Callaway and Dabrowski chipped away at Kern's lead a little bit. We'll see what it is as they work their way through turns 14 and 15 right now, waiting for him to come back onto the front straightaway in just a moment.
Yeah, he's coming out of 17 in like just 1 second. That makes sense now why he was off like a slingshot.
Out of turn number 17, trying to work the draft. A little bit of weaving going on down there. I don't know what that's all about, but looks like Nate Kern still holding on to the lead. Kevin Callaway, I thought, was going to be able to get him at the line, but that's not what the results show. As Callaway thinks the better, drops back in line with bike number 41D, Brian Dabrowski right there in third with Orr and Hasemeyer rounding out your top 5. Looks like Callaway one more time. Actually, no, Callaway was leading that time out of turn number 2, and it
Callaway's
looks
on the
like
inside.
Kern tries to work his way up the inside and can't make it stick as Callaway's still out in front, and there goes Dabrowski under that second place, or it could have been that Dabrowski was holding on to third and Kern came back around still trying to figure it out as those three are really going at it here on lap number 3. Should be coming up about halfway in just a little bit.
And Dabrowski aboard a Triumph Triple, a 675. Nate Kern, of course, aboard an R9T. And Kevin Callaway aboard a Kramer Evo 2R. Very specialized race machines out here. Very exciting jump off to this race so far. Incredibly fast. They're already making their way back around the backside of the track again.
Race leaders working their way back through the back section of the course right now. We're going to see how it shapes up. These guys are really at it. Here they come across the start-finish line. It's going to be Callaway up front, Dabrowski there in second, and Kern back in third. Nate Kern on 9T as Dabrowski and Callaway really turn it up, coming on halfway next time by. Then it's going to be 111 Gary Orr and bike number 88 Chris Hasemeyer still rounding out your top 5. Looks like bike number 9X Kevin Callaway leading that time as he works his way across the start-finish line, leading Brian Dabrowski on bike number 41D, and then bike number 19 Nate Kern back there in that third place position. As now it's Dabrowski's turn to really push Callaway on 9X for the lead as it's 111 Gary Orr and 88 Chris Hasemeyer still rounding out your top 5. 1A Clint Austin back there in 6th, 660 John Beldock back there in 7th, bike number 189 John Deucer in 8th, 762 Shane Quigg in 9th, and 46 Bob Robbins rounding out your top 10.
And that Kramer is a KTM engined machine. Super interesting.
Looks like Callaway still holding on. Dabrowski starting to stalk him with about 4 or 5 bike lengths separating those two as 9T Nate Kern slips back a little bit, but he's still solidly there in third as he watches Dabrowski go to work on Callaway as that duo working their way over through 14 and 15 now, waiting to see who it's going to be when they come back onto the front straightaway here in just a minute. Looks like the starter has green and white flags in hand. Here comes your leaders, seeing the halfway point. Looks like Dabrowski was trying to make a pass and couldn't quite pull it off as Callaway sweeps around to still hold on to the lead. Callaway knows he's got some company back there in Brian Dabrowski as he saw him try and come past him on the start-finish line. So we'll see if Callaway is going to be able to hold on to that lead. Dabrowski trying to figure out how to put himself up one more step on the podium with bike number 19, Nate Kern, back there holding on to third. Attention in the paddock, attention in the paddock. First call, race number 15, Vintage Superbike Medium Weight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, FL Extreme, and Formula Lightning. You folks will be up here in just a moment. Again, it's first call. First call for race number 15, Vintage Superbike Medium Weight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, FL Extreme, and Formula Lightning. You guys will be up in just a moment. First call for race number 15.
Let's take a look over at Race Monitor and see where we are at.
Well, they just gave me the call that we've got to roll. So they said no back to back, so we're going to be rolling from here on out.
Let's go
It's
ahead and
already
fire this guy
4,
up again.
and we got 3 more races.
There we go. There you go, race fans. Sometimes you have to back out of Race Monitor and
Looks
go
like
back
Kevin
in.
Calloway's still holding on, but they're working their way through traffic as Brian Dubrowski must have got hung up as 19, Nate Kern, up into that second place position on the podium. Then 41D, Brian Dubrowski, as they work there, he's holding on to that third place position. Here they come. Up over the crest of the hill, down into the braking zone for turn number 5. I believe traffic did come into play. So Nate Kern using that to his advantage, holding on to that second step of the podium. But here comes Dubrowski, rockets past him once again. Meanwhile, race leader Kevin Calloway having to pick his way through the slower riders as the trio disappears over into the turns 8, 9, and 10 area over by the museum one more time. 1A Clint Austin at ADH. Chris Hasemeyer still holding on to the top 5 as we're waiting for Calloway, Dubrowski, and Kern to come back into view as they work their way out of turn number 10 over to 11. Looks like it is going to be Calloway still holding on, and I believe it's Dubrowski and then Nate Kern back there in third. Once again, as they work their way through the traffic, we'll get a confirmation for that in just a moment when they complete lap number 1, or the next lap here, waiting for them to work their way through the back of the course. Race leader, bike number 9X, Calloway, and then it's going to be Dubrowski, then Kern, as those guys have kind of stretched out a little bit. Looks like the slower riders are coming into play. Then it's going to be 1A Clint Austin, ADH Chris Hasemeyer still rounding out your top 5 as Calloway is using the traffic to his advantage greatly. They're going to come up on another pack of 4 riders as Calloway up over the crest of the hill down into the braking zone one more time. Then Dubrowski, then Kern, as Kern still within striking distance of Dubrowski as they work their way out of the exit of 5. Meanwhile, Calloway has got himself a bit of breathing room, so even if he gets checked up a little bit, I don't know that it's going to affect him as he reels in that pack of 4 over in the turn 8 and 9 area here right now as the laps continue to close down.
Let's go take a look at Race Monitor. And again, it is still Kevin Calloway 1, Brian Dubrowski in 2, Nate Kern 3, Clint Austin 4, Chris Hasemeyer 5, Gary Orr 6, Belloc 7, Deucer 8, Robbins 9, and Quig 10.
Kevin Calloway on 9X manages to work his way cleanly around those back markers. It looks like Dubrowski and Kern might be mired in the middle of them, couldn't quite see as they came into view out of turn number 11 and disappeared over out of view over into 13 and 14. So waiting for him to come back around in just a moment. Looks like race leader, or rather the starter, has white flag in hand, waiting for Kevin Calloway to come back onto the front straightaway one more time. As there he goes, leading, letting him know he's got the final lap. Here's the battle for second as again Dubrowski gets checked up, and that allows Nate Kern to close right up on him. Attention to the paddock, attention to the paddock. Second call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Medium Weight, Next Gen Superbike, FL Extreme, and Formula Lightning. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It is second call, race number 15. A Vintage Superbike Medium Weight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, Formula Extreme, or FL Extreme, and Formula Lightning. Second call, race number 15.
White flag is out.
Out
Last
on the
lap.
track, it looks like the battle is really heated up between Nate Kern and Dobrowski. Dobrowski had a lot of company with Nate Kern harassing him for that second step of the podium, but it looks like Dobrowski's put his head down and started to check out a little bit. Meanwhile, 9X Kevin Calloway holding a substantial lead as they're on their white flag lap, working their way over through turns number 8 and 9. I don't think they're going to have any lap traffic getting in front of them between now and then, as here comes bike number 9X, Kevin Calloway. Then Dabrowski there with 9T, Nate Kern right there behind him as they're working their way one more time over through turns number 14. Kern not determined to take that third step. He still wants to try and challenge Dabrowski as they're working their way through turn number 14 and 15, waiting to see how it's going to shape up. Waiting for him to come onto the front straightaway here in just a moment. Race leader, bike number 9X, Calloway across the start-finish line, and it's going to be 41D Brian Dabrowski's just nipping 9T Nate Kern for the unofficial top 3 here in the Sound of Thunder 2. It's a heck of a race.
That is a heck of a race with a huge grid. Looks like somebody did run off course here towards the end of the race, but they're fine. They're pushing the bike off the track right now. So everyone is A-OK.
With the checkered flag out on this one. Let's go third and final call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Middleweight presented by R3 Racing. Next Gen Superbike presented by Pool Professors in Tallahassee. Formula Lightning Extreme presented by Pete Nicolosi. And Formula Lightning also presented by Pete Nicolosi. This is third and final call for race number 15. Bring them on up, folks. As soon as we get the track cleared, you guys are going out. Again, it's third and final call for race number 15. Vintage Superbike Middleweight, Next Gen Superbike Lightweight, FL Extreme,
and your
Formula Lightning.
results from race 14.
Third and final call for race number 15.
Alrighty, let's go back over here and get these graphics for the next race. Trying to fit everybody in. We still have one kind of unofficial race 13 we're going to try to run at the end. We still have a couple more to go as part of our regular program. This is race number 15, Vintage Superbike Middleweight. Where are you? Next Gen Superbike Lightweight.
Attention out there in the paddock. This is definitely one that's a great spectator event, as the Formula Lightning Extreme and the Formula Lightning. These are the electric bikes that are really interesting to watch. It's uncanny to watch how fast they go, and you'd expect to hear a lot of noise coming out of them, and they're almost silent. It's eerie how quiet they are, but they're really cool to watch. As again, race number 15, you guys are on the third call. As soon as we get the track cleared, you're up. For the Vintage Superbike Middleweight, sponsored by R3 Racing and Rich Richter, R3 Racing of Hayward, Wisconsin has made it a mission to promote and support motorcycle racing in all forms. From national road racing events with AHRMA, regional ice racing events with MIRA to county fairs in northern Wisconsin, you'll find R3 Racing involved. Whether it's building a race bike or building an enduro cross track, if it's good for the sport and it's good for the competitors, we're here to help you. We've made it a mission to recruit and support new racers every season. We encourage everyone to bring a friend to the track and introduce them to this incredible sport. A variety of machinery up through 94 for the class, I guess I should say, for the Vintage Superbike Middleweight. This is a variety of machinery up through 1982 model years based on showroom stock bikes. Unlimited displacement single-cylinder bikes are out there, as are pushrod twins from BSA, Triumph, Moto Guzzi, and B&W up to 890 cc's. Overhead twin cam engines include the Yamaha XS models up to 790 cc's. Pushrod triples, the Trident triple and BSA rockets up to 790 cc's. Overhead cam four-cylinder bikes is typically Japanese, limited to 685 cc's. The model year cutoff for Kawasaki GPZ is 1981. For the Next Gen Superbike Lightweight field, sponsored by Brian Wells, the Pool Professor of Tallahassee. The Pool Professor of Tallahassee is a swimming pool service, repair, remodel, and installation company in Tallahassee, Florida. We are pleased to sponsor the Next Gen Lightweight class and look forward to supporting and growing AHRMA for years to come. This is a new class. The Next Gen Superbike Lightweight is a new class for 2018 to showcase what was raced in the 80s through the early 90s. Eligible machines in this class can be from any market in the world. Period. OEM and race team paint schemes are strongly encouraged. Bikes that might be on the grid include a Moto YB7, a Honda Hawks, Yamaha FCR 400s, RZ 350s, VFR 400s, NC30s, and the venerable Suzuki GS 500s. For Formula Lightning Extreme, sponsored by Team Power Sports and St. Albin, this is open to bikes with unlimited voltage. And for the Formula Lightning, sponsored by Peter Nicolosi, these are all-electric motorcycles featuring the latest technology with powertrains similar to a Nissan Leaf, the Tesla Model S, and the electric portion of the Chevy Bolt. Speeds are similar to Race Prep 600cc gasoline-powered bikes. Open to production base bikes up to 125 volts. Production race bikes are available from Zero and Bramo. Arthur Cowitz was the 2020 national champion for that field. So as the racers take to the field for their warm-up lap, here's how they're going to grid up. For the medium vintage weight, superbike middleweight, row number 1, 1B Kevin Rammer, 092 Alexander Cook, 515 Jeremy Madrill, and 1Z Matthew Joy. Row number 2, it's 427 Kyle Boys Claire, 51P Jim Ike, and 71Y Arch York. Row 3, it's 133 Paul Elledge, and 716 Stephen Fowler. For the next gen superbike lightweight, back on row number 5, it's X95 Andrew Malk, 02 Jonathan Hollingsworth, and 32B Harry Vanderlinden with 700 Cameron Crockett. Row number 6, it's 181 Harry Sullinger, 224X Bill Howard, and 560X Scott Wilson. Row number 7, it's 758 Sean Woolery, 62X Robert Himmelman, and 3N Jerry Nichols with 949 Keith Powell. Row number 8 is 321 William Haggerty, 91 Sean Smith, and 555T Eric Eads. Row number 9 is 139 David Wallace, 13S Jeremy Scherer, 690 Bob Rebecco, and R73 Greg Levicki. For the Formula Lightning Extreme, it's bike number 1L on row number 11, that's Peter Nicolosi. And for the Formula Lightning itself, on row number 13, it's 179 Arthur Cowitz, and 14 Curtis Comer. Kurt Comer, that's your field here for race number 15.
Alrighty. Let's go see where everybody's at. I don't know if you've had a chance to go outside, Mr. J, but it is absolutely beautiful out here. Oh my goodness.
It's nice.
Couldn't be any nicer. 2 years ago, it was 105 degrees here. I don't know if you were here 2 years ago, but oh my gosh.
No, I was here last year when we were racing through a pandemic and a hurricane.
I do remember that, actually. I do remember that.
That was the penance we paid for getting the great weather this year, I will tell you. That was a mess last year.
Alrighty, this is race 15. This is a little bit of everything. Vintage Superbike middleweight, next gen Superbike lightweight, and then 2 e-bike, e-motorcycle classes.
Looks like the grid is set up there. The 2 board comes up for the first wave, and it looks like the flag drops. And it's 515 Jeremy Madrill, and I believe it's bike 1B Kevin Rammer. Those guys get pretty much a dead even start off of turn 1 and down into the first turn. Looks like Rammer leading Madrill as that field works their way through. Meanwhile, second wave cleanly away now as the green flag waves and they work their way down into turn number 1. gaggle of bikes there right in the very front, trying to figure out who's going to lead and who's going to follow into turn one as everybody makes it cleanly through there. Now working their way single file, looking back up the field for the e-bikes. I wanted to be very quiet when they took off so everybody could hear them, because it is uncanny when those bikes take off. It's like you're at an RC racetrack with a bunch of RC cars. It's just a Hummer. I can't even describe it, but y'all know what it sounds like. And it'd be great to listen to what's going on over here with the e-bikes when they come back around.
There we go. Our leaders, one of our leaders from the first wave, starting to make their way over to 15 and 16 in this vintage superbike middleweight class. Let's wait and see who's here. Here we go.
Race leaders out of turn number 17 across the start-finish line. Out front, it's going to be bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, pulling out a substantial lead here on this opening first fire lap. Then 515, Jeremy Madrill. Then 133, Paul Elledge round out your top three with 1C, Matthew Joy, and 51P, Jim Ike right there running out the top five. So it's anybody's guess who's going to end up third on back with bike number 092, Alexander Cook back there at 6th, 181, Randy Sullinger in 7th. 32B, Harry Vanderlyn, and over in that 8th place position. Then bike number 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth at 9, and 71Y, Arch York rounding out your top 10. As looks like there's a bit of passing going on there for that 3rd place position. I believe Madrill still holds on to that second with Elledge and Joy and Ike trying to figure out who's going to hold on to that 3rd step of the podium. While up front, bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, wasting no time, putting his head down, checking out on the rest of the field.
716.
Yep, 716. So this BMW is broke down.
Stephen Fowler from Asheville, North Carolina, aboard a BMW R80, has had to pull off the track. Looks like he's having a little mechanical issue. We've got our leaders making their way through the backside of the track. The last handful of turns right before this great big front straight.
Attention out there in the paddock. I want to remind everybody at the conclusion of our racing today, we will be doing the awards presentation down in the tech area down there. We'll put some calls out for that, and as soon as we get closer to that time, we still got to get through this race, then we got to do race 16, then we got to go back and finish up race 13. So again, after we're done racing, we'll compile all the results and get everything set up, and I'll put the calls out, and we'll do the awards presentation half hour, 45 minutes or so after the final race flag flies. Out front, it's still bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, leading over 181, Randy Sullinger up there in that 2nd place position. Then 133, Paul Elledge. Then 515, Jeremy Madrill. That rounds out your top 4 with 092, Alexander Cook moving forward a position to hold on to that 5th. And bike number 51P, Jim Ike back there in 6th, 1C, Matthew Joy in 7th. 32B, Harry Vanderlyn in 8th, 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth back there at 9th, and R73, Greg Levicki rounding out your top 10. Also want to remind everybody that about 5 o'clock this afternoon in the fan zone, John Elefante of Kansas featuring 6-Wire will be performing from 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. So keep that in mind as entertainment options for this evening.
What part of this track are you calling Alabama roller coaster?
2 through 4. But I tell you, 13 and 14 and 15, you know, if you've ever been around this track, it's pretty dippity-doo over there too.
Actually, I have been. About 1,000,000 years ago, I jumped on somebody's sidecar and raced as a passenger.
Oh, really?
Yep.
Oh, that'd be cool. I'd
Yeah,
love
it was
to do that
super
here.
cool.
Bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer with a full front straightaway lead over second place rider, 181, Randy Sullinger. Then it's going to be bike number 32B, Harry Vanderlinden, really rolling forward, holding on to that third place position overall. Then it's 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth, and 133, Paul Elledge, rounding out your top 5. Halfway flag should be coming out this next time by.
And let's go check race monitor. There you go, your current results. Kevin Rammer 1, Randy Sullinger 2, Harry Vanderlinden 3, Jonathan Hollingsworth 4, Paul Elledge in 5. However, those are some mixed grids because that's vintage superbike and next gen all mixed in together. For the full breakdown, you can always go check out Race Monitor for yourself. It can be found at race-monitor.com. Pretty smooth sailing so far here for race 15. I don't want to jinx it out. Chase telling me to be quiet. I'm an optimist, Jay. I'm an optimist.
Yeah, let me tell you about the time that somebody said that one time in the last race, and the guy ended and we had an airlift when we were out for an hour and a half.
Well, I don't want
We
that
were
to
3
happen.
laps from the end of the day, and somebody had to open their mouth, and that's what happened. So
It's the end of the day, though.
Well.
Everybody gets jumpy. They're hot. They're tired.
Race leader one more time. It's going to be bike number 1B, Kevin Rammer, across the start-finish line, still being chased down by 181, Randy Sullinger, and 32B, Harry Vanderlinden. Then 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth in that fourth place position. 133, Paul Elledge rounds out your top 5. 515, Jeremy Madrill back there in 6th. Then 092, actually it's 113S, Jeremy Scherer back there in 7th. R73, Greg Levicki in 8th. 092, Alexander Cook back there in 9th. And 51P, Jim Ike rounding out your top 10. With the halfway flags on this one, let's go first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's first call. First call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys will be up in just a moment. First call for race number 16.
As you heard Jay mention earlier, we are going to have to go. We have one more race to go as part of our scheduled program, but then we have to go back and revisit race 13. So we actually have a couple more laps to this race number 15, and then we've got 2 more races to go. Where is everybody? There they are. So it looks like your race leaders are going to be coming back across start finish here in just a few moments. And then I'll click over to Race Monitor so you can see all of the stats for yourselves.
Looks like all bikes haven't seen halfway as 181 Randy Sullinger working his way out to the lead for the next gen superbike, still being chased down by 32B Harry Vanderlinden. Then it's going to be 02 Jonathan Hollingsworth. Bike number 1B Kevin Rammer. He was up front for the vintage superbikes, medium weight I believe. And he got a rocket start, but the second wave has catched him and now passed him. So he's running first in class, 4th overall with 133. Paul Elledge back there, second in class for the vintage superbikes. He's running 5th overall, and then 13S Jeremy Scherer out there. He's, I believe, running off the podium in 4th, 6th overall for the next gen superbikes.
said it. Okay, never mind. Never mind.
Attention out there in the paddock for those of you guys are holding the parade lap ticket holders. If you guys want to start about 15 minutes or so, if you want to start making your way over here to the Gate 5 staging area in the paddock, we'll send you out at the conclusion of our racing activities today. Again, for those people that hold the parade lap ticket holders, if you guys want to start making your way over here in about 10-15 minutes to the Gate 5, we'll get you started staging up and send you out after our final 2 races here. Again, for the parade lap ticket holders, you want to start making your way over here to the Gate 5 area in the paddock. We'll send you out at the conclusion of our last race of the day.
And don't forget, Barber Vintage Festival fans, tonight in the fan zone, John Elefante of Kansas, featuring 6-Wire, will be performing from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. in the fan zone, located directly across from the lower swap meet. John Elefante of Kansas, featuring 6-Wire, is going to be performing in the fan zone tonight from 5 p.m. to 7 p.m. It is a free concert. There's also great concession stands over there, great little food trucks, and all sorts of good stuff going on over there in the fan zone tonight from 5 to 7 p.m. I just wanted to say Elefante. I'm easy to please. All right, let's go see where everybody's at. It looks like halfway flags are out.
White flag.
Oh, white flag's out.
White
All right.
flag out for your race leader. Who's it going to be? Sullinger and Harry Vanderlyn, and just about side by side. So it's anybody's race here for the next gen Superbike race with Jonathan Hollingsworth on 02 right there behind him. With the white flag out on this one, let's go. Second call. Second call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You folks will be up here in just a moment. It's second call. Second call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2, second call for race number 16, second call.
And unfortunately, somebody just slid out in turn 17. They're fine. They're already up and moving. They just had a little low side. That can be a tricky corner, especially towards the end of the day, at the end of a race, when you're pushing a little extra hot and heavy.
Race leaders working their way through traffic as Sullinger has Harry Vanderlyn right there on his tail section as they work over in through turns number 8, 9, and 10 over by the museum here on this exciting final lap. Meanwhile, 1B Kevin Rammer still leading bike number 133, Paul Elledge, for the Vintage Superbike. And we got to go back to bike 092, Alexander Cook holding on to that third place position for Vintage Superbikes as race leaders already out of turn number 10 up the hill through turn 11 and 12. Checkered flag out for your race winners. Here they come. Who's it going to be across the start-finish line? It's going to be 181, Randy Sullinger getting the better of his battle with 32V, Harry Vanderlyn, and 02, Jonathan Hollingsworth. Those guys were pretty much nose to tail across the start-finish line to finish the race. Then it's going to be bike number 1V, Kevin Rammer, taking home the unofficial win for the Vintage Superbike field. With the checkered flag on this race, let's go third call. Third and final call for Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys are up right now against third call. Third and final call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. You guys are going to be up here right now. It's third call, third and final call for race number 16, Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2. Third call.
Alrighty, great closing shot from our flagger cam out there as everybody starts making their way back home. Let's go ahead and get these guys get these graphics out of the way and put up the graphics for the next race, which is race 16. Technically the last race, but it isn't, because we got one more right behind it. We got a little do-over for our friends in race 13 that had not one but 2 red flag incidences, so we just went ahead and got everybody off the track, let them cool down a little bit, and make sure we had enough time to finish out the program. Race number 16 is going to be Formula Thunder, sponsored by Motocorsa Performance.
Let me know when they have that bike.
With race number 16 on deck, it's sponsored by South Florida's Motorcourse Performance, which sponsors both Formula Thunder and Battle of the Twins 2 classes. An experienced Ducati specialist, they can build, customize, and maintain customer street bikes at the highest level. With experience in NCR, Ducatis, and AHRMA race bikes, you're invited to visit them online at www.motocourseperformance.com. For the Formula Thunder, sponsored by Motorcourse Performance, the Formula Thunder is in its 3rd season where all the fastest modern bikes race heads up. Open to all next-gen superbikes, Sound of Thunder and Battle of the Twins motorcycles, even Sound of Singles and Open 2-strokes can join the fray. For the Battle of Twins 2, sponsored also by Motorcourse Performance, the Battle of the Twins 2, or 0 to 904 cc's, is open to all air-cooled twins up to 904 cc's. The air-cooled bikes have been obsoleted by new technology, but remain a fan favorite of builders, racers, and the fans, and AHRMA has made a place for them to race. On track, you'll see Ducatis, Moto Guzzi's, and Buells. That's what you're going to see out here in race number 16.
Very exciting. Woo-wee, this is another
As the riders
doozy.
get ready to take to the track for their race, here's how they're going to grid up. On row number 1, 4X Evan Kolick, 15R JM Padron, 80H Chris Hasemeyer, and 553 Paul Canale. Row number 2, it's going to be 41D Brian Dobrowski, 131 Steve Metz, and 020 Jeff Nelson. Row number 3, it's going to be 410 Nathan Jessup, 045 Curtis Adams, 370 Brett Folkerts, and 901 Sean Beast. Row number 4, it's going to be 090 Art Short, and 230 Mark White with bike number 329 Matthew Crabtree. Row number 5, it's going to be 660 John Beldock, 457 Robert Olivia, R9 Alfredo Braca, and 96D David Schaefer. Row number 6, 77L Patrick Lansu, 222R Jeff Graham, and 221C Benedetto Cardella. Row number 6, it's going to be, or rather row number 7, it's going to be 784 Christopher Caden, 477 Matt Caden, 60X Rob Wines, and 9Q Jim Barker. Row number 8, it's going to be 328 Jim Rosinski, 341 Jerry Pellegrino, and bike number 90 Lee Trollope. Then row number 9, 34R Ron Menke, 175 Matthew Canava, and 9X Kevin Calloway. And then for the Battle of the Twins, back on row number 11, 1A Clint Austin, 15X Tony Proust, 69B Matthew Estelle, and 46 Bob Robbins. And then rounding out the field on row number 12, 69A Carl Estelle, 79R Craig White, and 851 Sean Guy. That is your field here for race number 16.
And one of those names sounds real familiar to me. It's my buddy Tony Prust. Tony Prust from Analog Cycles builds beautiful, beautiful, stunning custom motorcycles and aftermarket parts and all sorts of goodies. Again, that is my buddy Tony Prust out there racing. He got into racing with AHRMA just a handful of years ago, which is pretty cool. But is very fast and does a really good job out here. But these grids are huge. This class is so stacked. It's so rowdy.
I don't know what she's saying. There's no back-to-backs. I see a bunch between this one and 13. Announce to control. Let's hold till after the start of the race. I'll hold.
Alrighty, race number 16. Jay, it has been a very action-packed day out here. Are you
And how?
Are you looking forward to these last two races?
Yes, I am.
I know, me too. And it's just the sun is starting to get long shadows. It is beautiful out here. I can't wait to wrap this up. We're gonna have a great award ceremony for all of our winners from today, and we're gonna do it all again tomorrow, starting at 8:30 a.m. Woo! Super long, very early day for your team announcers up here, but that's all right. We're gonna muscle on through. That's why they have two of us here, right?
Attention in the paddock. Want to let everybody know that at the conclusion of our racing today, about 5 o'clock this afternoon, we are going to open registration for about a half an hour. So we're going to do that because racers that have had issues today that want to change their racing tomorrow, maybe change a class or change which bike they're riding, we need to give you guys the opportunity to do that because, of course, normally we would do that on Sunday morning when we had practice, but since we're going straight into the racing tomorrow, we are going to open registration this evening from 5 until 5:30. So if you want to make your way down there and let them know, hey, I need to change a bike, I need to withdraw from a class, I need to change the bike that I'm riding, you still have that opportunity to do that for tomorrow's races. So keep that in mind. As the flag waves, it looks like bike number 553 and ADH Chris Hasemeyer pretty much dead even down the front straightaway over in through turn number 2. It looks like the Formula Thunder bike's cleanly through turn, now over to 1 into 2, waiting for the second wave. These are the battle of the twins, the smaller bikes, as they rocket across the start-finish line themselves down into turn number 1.
Alrighty, that first great big huge wave of folks, that Formula Thunder class, all making their way through the Charlotte Webb turn 5, up and over.
So I'm seeing some back-to-backs in this one, between this one and 13. What do you want me to do?
Up and over the middle part of the track and making their way towards the museum.
I'm seeing 4, but 2 of them are up front in the Formula Thunder, and they're going to be, I believe, running in the Thruxton Cup too, so it's going to definitely be different bikes.
There's that lead pack again making its way through the backside of the track. You can see them towards the top of your screen. That great big huge freight train of very fast Formula Thunder bikes. And now they're making their way on the front straight.
69. Well, there was one of our back-to-backs.
Does it look like a Triumph Thruxton that went down?
It is.
Yep, so one of our folks that was going to race Thruxton Cup also just had a little get off here, but it looks fine and they're all up and moving around, so maybe they're going to try to restart. Enjoy the race.
Matt Estelle, I think. Could tell it's 69, but I couldn't tell it was A or B. Matt's B, Carl's A. Out front on this one, bike number 131, Steve Metz leads. Bike number 41D, Brian Dombrowski, and bike number 80H, Chris Hasemeyer. Then it's going to be bike number 9X, Kevin Calloway, and 045, Curtis Adams. That rounds out your top 5. As got some riders off over in the turn 9 area over by the museum. The riders are up and okay, but still trying to get the numbers on those bikes as the field's starting to spread out single file here in race number 16. Want to remind the riders, race number 13, you guys will be up following this one for your 4-lap race. Again, race number 13, you'll be up following the end of this one for your 4-lap conclusion of your race.
And I bet bet you they're gonna have to throw a flag here in a second because I think there's a couple little parts.
Yeah, it's small enough. I don't think they'll have a problem with it. They might.
Gotcha.
Out front, 131, Steve Metz putting on a show, leading bike number 9X, Kevin Calloway. Didn't get the best of stars, but working his way up onto that second step of the podium with bike number 41D, Brian Dabrowski. Right there behind him with 80H, Chris Hasemeyer, and 77L, Patrick Lansu, rounding out the top 5 as we look back up the field here towards turn number 3 over to Cresta Hill to 4 and down into Charlotte's Web. Matt leading with Calloway charging hard and Brian Dabrowski right there, rounding out
Those
your
are
top
your
3
leaders.
as they run through
And then
Charlotte's
let's take a
Web
look at race
one more
monitor.
time.
So again, it's Metz in 1, Calloway 2, Dobrowalski 3, Hasemeyer 4, Lansu 5, and you can see all of the rest. Somebody went a little wide over to Charlotte's Web. You can see it in the middle of your screen right now.
Nobody's out there.
But they're upright. They just kind of went wide.
That is some deep gravel.
It is very deep gravel, so people want to get back out in the race, and they usually need the corner workers to come help push them out because it's super, super deep, fluffy gravel.
720. Not seeing it.
Excuse me.
Out front, bike number 131, Steve Metz, still leading 9X, Kevin Calloway, and 41D, Brian Dabrowski, as they're working their way, coming up on halfway this next time by. Meanwhile, 77L, Patrick Lansu, coming up to that 4th place position with bike number 80H, Chris Hasemeyer, rounding out your top 5. So it looks like Metz has got a little bit of breathing room. Kevin Calloway's trying to hang on with him as they work their way around some of the back markers. They're going to start working their way into traffic here in just a little bit, so it'll be interesting to see how that's going to play in here in race number 16. Again, Dabrowski back there in that 3rd place position, Lansau 4th, Hasemeyer rounding out your top 5. Curtis Adams back here in 6th, Brett Foker on 370 and 7. 60X Rob Weens back here in 8th, bike number 553 Paul Canali in 9th, and 4X Urban Kolik rounding out your top 10.
There's a lot of R's in there. I know, that was a tough one.
Start skipping like a C.
There's a lot of R's in there. All right, let's go check out Race Monitor again so you all can see those statistics. I know you love it. I know you love to see the Race Monitor out there. I'll even do you a solid and go over and scroll down a little bit for you. How about that?
Halfway flags out for your race leader, bike number 131, Steve Metz, with bike number 9X, Kevin Calloway. Calloway's definitely within striking distance. Then it's going to be 41D, Brian Dobrowski. He's back there solidly in 3rd, still being chased down by 77L, Patrick Lansu, and bike number 80H, Chris Hasemeyer. That's your top 5 as they hit the halfway mark with Calloway trying to reel in Metz. Pulls right down in his tail section into the braking zone through turn number 5. So it looks like Calloway sees the halfway flags and turns it up. But Metz gets a great drive out of 6th up over the crest of the hill and gaps it out back down that back straightaway to lead Calloway down into the turns over by the museum. Attention out there in the paddock. Parade lap ticket holders, we need you guys to start making your way over here to gate 5 to stage up for your parade laps here at the end of the day. Again, parade ticket lap holders, we need you guys to start working your way over here right now to gate 5 to start staging up for your parade laps here at the end of the day. Again, parade lap ticket holders, please work your way over here through gate 5 in the paddock to stage up for your parade laps at the end of the day.
And our race leader, Steve Metz from San Francisco, aboard a 2012 Ducati Panigale 1199S.
Explain why it's going so fast.
No surprise there, huh? when you bring the right hardware, it's easy to take home hardware.
Yeah, bike number 131, Steve Metz, still holding on to Slimmison's advantages over 9X Kevin Calloway. He's still right there within striking distance, so Calloway wasn't able to use the lap traffic to his advantage. In fact, it looks like Metz still holding on to the slimmest of leads, as they're got a couple of more riders that are going to be they're going to have to work their way around. Calloway once again closes down in on the tail section of Metz as they work their way through Charlotte's Web. Not quite the same distance as the last lap, as Metz gets another good drive. A lot of horsepower out of his Ducati as they're up over the crest of the hill there in turn number 6 and down the back straightaway towards 7, 8, and 9.
Oh yeah, it's gonna be super tight. But the so the race 13 that we're gonna redo is just a 4-lap sprint.
It is, but still, we've still got 2 more laps in this one. Then we have to clear the track.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Then we got back-to-backs too. Paul Canale's out there tonight. He's on the Formula Thunder bike, and he's supposed to be riding the Thruxton Cup, so there's no way he's gonna take whatever bike he's on right now. Clint Austin now, he's riding Thruxton Cup, but I don't know. Clint, well, what's Clint riding in this one? Is he out there on the 675 Triumph?
Dribble?
Yeah, that's what he's on. Nope, he's on Ducati Monster. Gray.
Oh yes, we've got to switch bikes.
Yep. Oh boy. Okay, well, it's gonna be fun.
They're gonna have to be fast.
Yep.
They're gonna have to be real
Out
fast.
front on next lap by should be white flag as bike number 9X Kevin Calloway uses the slower back marker to work his way in front of Steve Metz. So now it's Metz's turn trying to figure out how to use the traffic to his advantage, as it looks like Calloway turns it up out of turn number 8. But here comes Metz pouring on the power, tries to make a draft pass, but Calloway says, nope, I don't think so. Oh, and it looks like Calloway, I'm not sure. We're going to have to wait and see. And it does. It looks like Calloway tucked the front end over into turn number 7. It looked like a cloud of dust. And sure enough, looking on the monitors, it is. Unfortunately, 9X Kevin Calloway loses the front end on a fast flyer lap. Got way too hot into turn number 7 and 8 over there, and tucks the front end of the gravel trap. The good news is he's up and okay, standing over against the wall, but I'm sure he's got to be dejected as he chased Steve Metz down the better part of this race, finally managed to make the pass, and then his tires just gave up the ghost into the braking zone over into turn number 8 and 9. As you said, he's up and okay. That's good to see. But that puts Steve Calloway back up on the top step of the podium, move everybody up by 1. So 41D, Brian Dabrowski leading back in that second place with 77L. Patrick Lansu rounding out your top 3. Meanwhile, Steve Metz sees the white flag, letting him know he's on the final lap. With that one out, let's go first call. First call for race number 13, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillip Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You guys will be up here in just a moment. It's first call for race number 13. Now this will be a 4-lap race, guys. 4 laps for race number 13. Again, it's first call for race number 13, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillip Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. First call for race number 13.
So Steve Metz applying the Italian heat a little bit with that Panigale weapon, and unfortunately just forces an error upon that other machine. Who was that? Calloway that was in front of him?
9X Calloway.
Unfortunately, but Calloway's fine. They're pushing his bike out of the gravel trap right now. He's up and moving around. He's A-okay. Flagger cam, white flag is out. You can see it's last lap.
Checkered flag out for the unofficial race winner, bike number 131, Steve Metz, as he had a great battle going on out there with Kevin Calloway, but unfortunately Calloway having a moment in that next to last lap, and that allows Steve Metz to take the unofficial win. Then it's 77L, Patrick Lansu getting the better of his battle with 41D, Brian Dabrowski. So move Patrick Lansu up onto the second step of the podium with Dobrowski coming home third. Let's go second call. Again, second call, race number 13, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You guys will be up here in just a moment for your 4-lap sprint race. We're still trying to get this one finished up. Again, second call for race number 13, Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You folks are up here in just a moment for your 4-lap sprint race. Second call for race number 13. Attention in the paddock, parade lap ticket holders, we need you guys over here immediately to start staging up through gate 5 here in the paddock. We'll send you out at the conclusion of our racing activities for your parade laps. Again, parade lap ticket holders need you over here in gate 5 in the paddock to start staging up for your parade laps immediately following our racing today.
All right, let's go get these graphics again. I know it's Thruxton Cup. I know it's Phillip Island. Who else is it? Formula 5.
That's 020. That's what is that guy?
And Sportsman 750. All right. We're going to take just a hot second because we did have some folks that needed to actually physically switch bikes because they just raced race 16 and they're also doing this race 13 do-over 4-lap sprint. So I think 2 or 3 of them had to literally go park their bike, get on a different bike, come back. So we're going to take just 2 seconds. So while we're doing that, I'm going to really quickly thank you guys for tuning in, and then let's go check out some of our awesome sponsors and give them a little bit of love too before I wrap up today's program. You can see all of our awesome title sponsors. The 2021 AHRMA National Title Partners, that is going to be Redwood Engineering, Haggerty Motorcycle Insurance, Bridgestone Tires, 4SR, Racetech, and then our AHRMA National Supporting Partners, Road Racing World, and RockAuto.com. You are watching one of our AHRMA Classic Moto Fests in action. This is the 16th annual Barber Vintage Motorcycle Festival, powered by BMW Motorrad.
Attention out there in the paddock. Let's go third and final call for race number 13, the Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You guys are coming up right now to finish up your race, a 4-lap sprint race. Bring them on up. Again, it's third and final call for the Thruxton Cup Challenge, Phillips Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. Bring them on up. You're our final race here this afternoon. Again, third call for race number 13. Bring them on up. The track is now yours. Sorry about that.
No worries.
So we're supposed to be done by 5, and that's in 10 minutes. We're going to be close.
It's gonna be close.
We're stacking mud in debris.
What you say?
Well, I'm not seeing machines yet, which there definitely should be machines coming out, like right now. This is our do-over version of race 13. It had multiple red flags. We had to go ahead and put a pin in everybody and take them back to the paddock while we continued on with the program. in order to have enough time for all of the races to fit in. As you can see, it is a very, very tight schedule. We are scheduled to be finishing today at 5 p.m. I don't know how technically hard that stop is, but that is the game plan. And to fit 16 races in the day, that means we had to start at 8:30 this morning, and we're going to do it all again tomorrow. But we have just a handful of minutes left to make a 4-lap sprint happen for this do-over race 13. This is a Thruxton Cup, Phillip Island Challenge, Formula 500, and Sportsman 750. You can see on the screen right now, across the way, that is the red and white tent is the wall of death, and then all those other little tents over there, that is the fan zone area, and there's vendors and food, and there's going to be a concert tonight, all sorts of cool stuff going on over there. Aftermarket parts, accessories, and that is located directly across from the lower side of the swap meet, which is massive and awesome. If you've never been here, you definitely need to put Barber Vintage Festival on your to-do list for next season. It is always an exceptionally good time. But in lieu of you folks not being able to make it, I'm glad I could bring you live stream. This is Jackie Van Ham, your girl in the know for all things motorcycle, providing the live stream hosting for our folks here at AHRMA Motorcycle Racing. My partner in crime up here, Mr. J, holding it down, doing the heavy lifting for me while I just play with the computer.
As the racers take to the track, here's how they're going to grid up. Row number 1, 1A Clint Austin, 76X Patrick McGraw, 553 Paul Canale, and 69B Matthew Estelle. Row number 2 at 69A Carl Estelle, 044 Jonathan Devine, and 81X Wick Wilkinson. Row number 3 it's 851 Sean Guy, R73 Greg Levicki, 42 Scott Cuban, and 737 Alexander Nicol. Row number 4 it's 858 Charles Steinman, 36 Greg Gionis, and bike number 385 Edward Lount. And row number 5 it's bike number 593 Dustin Fortich. For the Phillips Island Challenge, back on row number 7, 515 Jeremy Madurell, 427 Kyle Boyce-Claire, and W13 Warren Wilson. For the Formula 500, it's going to be on row number 9, 77 C Dan Sokolovich, bike number 1D Mark Morrow, 074 Eric Lukark, and 129 Ray Hickman. Row number 10, it's 808 Michael Wilson, 5S Martin Morrison, and 26 Y Arch York. Then row number 11, it's going to be 662 Mark Williams, 709 Joey Ackley, 304 Kevin Nismore, and 52 Kayla Thiesler. And for the 750 Sportsman field, back on row number 13, 237 Matt Esterline, 24 Grant Spence, 839 Michael Dixon, and 700 Cameron Crockett. And row number 14, 736 Stephen Pettinger, 451 Brandy Inglis, 171 Chris Marlowe. And row number 15, it's 92 Steve Enter, R58 Pete Bayer, and 42 in Nick Hargis. That is your field here for race number 13, a 4-lap sprint race to finish up our day. That's just about right. As the flag waves, 553 Paul Canale and bike number 76X Patrick McGraw get a great start as Canale leads the field down in through turn number 1. Looking back up the field here, waiting for the second wave to take off. As the green flag waves, here they go as the field rockets down that front straightaway. Mark Morrow there on bike number 1 in second as he works his way down into turn number 1. Meanwhile, the Thruxton Cup and Phillips Island Challenge bikes up over the crest of the hill. Paul Canale out front, still being chased down by 1A Clint Austin as that duo works their way down into Charlotte's Web. Meanwhile, third wave cleanly away for the 750 Sportsman field as they start their 4-lap race.
Four-lap sprint.
That's right.
They mean business out there.
Yeah.
wave right now, making their way into Charlotte Webb. At the top of your screen, you can see Thruxton Cup, or Phillip Island Challenge, I should say. Phillip Island Challenge folks, and maybe some Thruxton Cup folks, making their way towards turns 14 and 15.
Go ahead.
Are we still sticking with the 5 to 5:30 registration, or are we going to bump it back since this race is still going on?
Right.
Let's bump it back on. Let's
First machines coming on over the line right now.
Announcing it again, make sure everybody knows what's going on. Copy that. At the completion of lap number 1, 5:53, Paul Canale still leading. Bike number 1A, Clint Austin. Then it's going to be bike number 385, Edward Blount. Rounding out your top 3 with 76X, Patrick McGraw back there in 4th, and 593, Dustin Fortich rounding out your top 5. I want to remind everybody that once we get done with this race, it's going to take us a little bit here to compile the results, and we'll start bringing everybody down for the award ceremony around, we'll call it 5:30-ish, more or less. It may be between 5:30 and 5:45, something like that. Depends how long it takes us to get this race done and get everything compiled. So once we get this race completed, the parade lap ticket holders, you guys will go out for
Take
your
a look
parade
at
lap,
Race Monitor.
and then we'll put the calls out for everybody for the awards presentation. That'll happen down for the road racing folks. That'll happen down in the tech area here later on this afternoon/evening. So stay tuned for that. We'll make sure we put the calls out for you when we get everything set up down there.
Leaders are now heading into turns 14, and they are going to start running into a little bit of lap traffic already.
Race leader, bike number 1A, Clint Austin, out front with bike number 553, Paul Canale. So those two are pretty much running nose to tail that time. So now it's Canale's turn to try and figure out how to get back around Austin with 385. Edward Blount right there, rounding out your top 3. 515, Jeremy Madrill back there in that 4th place position with 76X. Patrick McGraw dropping back in position to round out the top 5. 593, Dustin Fortich back there in 6th. 1D, Mark Morrow looks like he's leading for the Formula 500 with 5S, Mark Morrison, and 69A, Carl Estelle right there. Then it's going to be 858, Charles Steinman, seeing your rounding out the top 10. Halfway flags out for your race leader, letting them know they've got 2 done and 2 left to go. Once again in the fan zone, John Elefante of Kansas featuring 6-wire will start the performances here in just a moment at 5 o'clock. Which is right now.
See Race Monitor, see where we're at. All right, Clint Austin in 1, Paul Canale in 2 for Thruxton Cup, Edward Blount in 3rd. Jerry Madrill is your 1 for
Attention out
Phillip
there in the
Island.
paddock. Want to let everybody know registration is open right now. If you want to make your way down there, if you need to change your bikes or make some adjustment for tomorrow's racing activities, registration will be open for 30 minutes this evening. If you want to make your way on down to registration and change whatever you need to for tomorrow's races, registration is open right now for about a half an hour. So if you need to make some adjustments to your racing program for tomorrow, you still got about a half an hour to do that. We'd ask for anybody
Those
that wants to make
two
any
bikes are your
changes, please try and get that done tonight.
Leaders,
Because
that's the
tomorrow,
battle for
full-day
1
racing
and
is gonna
2.
be
Right now they're right there
impossible
in
to try and get it
the
all
Charlotte's
done
Web.
tomorrow, so that's why we're opening registration this evening. Registration will be open from 5 until 5:30.
now they're making their way on the back
If you
side
need
of
to
the
make
track.
changes
See
to
them
your
at the top of
racing
your
program
screen.
for tomorrow, please get down to registration as quickly as possible and get that taken care of this evening. White flag out for your race leader, bike number 1A, Clint Austin, as he's starting his final lap, still being chased down by 5:53, Paul Canale. Those two are running 1-2 for the Thruxton Cup. Then it's going to be 3:85, Edward Blunt. He's holding on to that third place for the Thruxton Cup. Then bike number 1D, Mark Morrow. He's fourth overall. He's leading for the Formula 500. Then it's going to be 5:15, Jeremy Madrill. He's leading for the Phillips Island Challenge, rounding out your top five. 76X, Patrick McGraw's back there at 6. He's a Thruxton Cup rider. 7th at the moment is 57S, Martin Morrison. He's holding on to 2nd for the Formula 500. Then 074, Eric Lucart right behind him rounds out your top 3 for the Formula 500 as the
Checkers
white
out.
flag still continues to fly. Checker out for your unofficial race winner. Nope.
Not
Sorry.
yet. Not yet.
Wrong bike.
Not yet.
Not yet. There's your checkered flag for your unofficial race winner. Bike number 1, Clint Austin with bike number 5:53.
Where's
Paul
my GoPro,
Canale
guys?
literally within about 3 bike lengths of him. Canale trying to make that draft pass and just pulls up a little too late. So Austin taking the unofficial win in the Thruxton Cup with Paul Canale and Edward Blount coming home unofficially in 3rd. Then it looks like it's going to be Mark Morrow taking the unofficial win out there for the Formula 500. Then next across the line, 5:15, Jeremy Madrill taking the unofficial win out there for the Phillips Island Challenge.
My GoPro. See, look at all the scores they've got up in the tower right now. Somebody just bonked into it just as they were coming across start finish. Sorry, race fans.
Oh, man. Somebody on the tower or under the tower?
No, see it? It's up. It's literally right next to Ed. But see how someone's standing right there?
Okay.
Anyway,
All right.
it's fine. I'm just gonna have to like tape it tomorrow or something because they keep kind of bonking into it, and I zip tied it, but it's not
the
enough.
person with the blue hat is my wife. She's
Yeah.
the score. So
Oh yes, so it's her.
yeah, thanks. Sorry. Well, I tell her, hey, you screwed it up. Wait, I mean, I never saw that woman in my life. Because I don't want to get
No,
taken
it
out.
happens. I'll go throw some painter's tape on it tomorrow to give it like extra stability. And the sun is starting to set. Look at that beautiful golden hour we've got going on out there on the track. Absolutely
Running down
beautiful.
through the grids or through the results, bike number 5S, Martin Morrison finished 6th overall, took it a second in class for the Formula 500. Then 76X, Patrick McGraw, looks like he was 4th for the Thruxton Cup, 6th overall. Then 74, Eric Lucart, 8th in the position. Looks like he was 3rd for Formula 500. Then 77, Z. Dan Sokolich back there at 9th and 26 wide. Arch York rounding out your top 10 as the checkered flag waves on our final race this afternoon for the road race crew. Stay tuned, everybody. We'll get the calls going out for the trophy presentation, the award ceremony down here in the tech area for the road race group here. About 20 minutes, maybe half an hour or so. We've got a great area down there, plenty of seating available, so keep your ears peeled for that one. We'll start the calls as soon as we can get everything compiled and put together.
Alrighty, race fans, thank you so much for tuning in. We're going to see you guys tomorrow morning again, bright and early at 8:30. Hit those notifications on. Go ahead and give the AHRMA page a like and share this thread, share this feed right now with all of your buddies that love watching awesome motorcycle racing. See you guys tomorrow. Thank you so much.